is one. We fight for tomorrow, we fight for today. Stand strong together, blow the evil away. If we are one, the victory is sure. Keep fight and rule, we don't want that no more. Clean heart, clean hands, it's love to the core. And if love is the word, how about that we show? You don't know, so tell them you're ready. Think that's set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready. The thing that's set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we ready. Thing that's set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. No.
Be all in for TNT on April 28th. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Calling out all our way, friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountaintop to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. PNM, we working together, we building together. Young will make it better. PNM, side by side, together, we standing together for our nation's future. This is a movement, we all in together. Not just
Dauntless defenders of good governance.
In your hand, PNM.
Join host Fearless Warrior and the Dauntless crew every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Tune in each week for enlightening discussions, special guest interviews, on-the-scene coverage of news, political events, and all topics related to good governance. Watch the show live on our Bounce Up Central platform and social media channels, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Keep the conversation going, even after the show. Chat in real time on our 24-hour live chat on Bounce Up Central. For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, discussion forums, Bounce Up Radio, TGIF watch parties, and to even bus a mark anonymously, visit our Bounce Up Central Community Hub, the platform that's we ting.
A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. Security.
With ear that go rock, he always vibrant and is strong, energetic and he young.
Security. When I hear it, I didn't believe it. I went and checked it. They say he well fit.
We have a new leader, he's strong with real power. The best in trim they go, tell them Griffiths is so.
Security. A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. Security.
With ear that go rock, he always vibrant and is strong, energetic and he young.
Security. He's the future Prime Minister, with so much bigger, we can't get better.
The sector called energy, he rescued that for me. Then he fight for more money to put $3 billion in the treasury.
Security. A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. Security.
With ear that go rock, he always vibrant and is strong, energetic and he young.
Security. As an attorney, you cover TNT. Handle the demands, the country in good hands.
It will be there to show the economy will grow, negativity will go, better days for Trinbago.
A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. Security.
With ear that go rock, he always vibrant and is strong, energetic and he young.
dirty.
Let's come together and support our leader
So things could get better.
with a brighter future.
Young and old have gathered around everywhere that he touched down. Effective leadership and glow. In TNT, we love him so.
Dirty. A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. Dirty.
With he and Kagoro, he always vibrant and he's strong, energetic and he
Young, he young, he young, dirty.
Oh shit. Sorry about that. Just so. Yeah. So I would have sent you something there. Yeah, thank you about that. I don't know what went on there, but I would have sent you something there, and I need that to be uploaded like ASAP for me, and because I want to play it before the meeting start. Because here it is. All right, so let me go to this video here. Let me go to this video here because I will find it. Hey, let me tell you something. I tell you, the politics is very interesting right now, you know. It's very interesting right now. And I'm gonna send you another one, director. Just now, let me just get it here. Shucks, man. Let me just get it here. No. So there was a walkabout in Library today. And so I said, let me bring you the highlights of today. And this was the highlights. I have the next one there for you, director. Let's look at it and get it uploaded. Let's look. Take it in.
The man who wants to work with you to ensure the development of the young people of Blackburn and also the development of the constituency and the community of Blackburn. He is here with us, he is walking through, and he will be with you shortly.
So it had a walk in Library, and guess who we bounce up on the campaign trail? Guess who we bounce up on the campaign trail in Library on the mic? I tell you, things are happening. Yeah, I just sent it to director. Looking righty. Yes, so things are happening. All right, so it's loaded. Thank you.
He's walking through the area. He is seeking and soliciting your support for the upcoming general election, which will be held on the 28th of this month. He's asking you to come out in your numbers. Come out and give him the opportunity to bring about you and proper representation. Randall Mitchell wants to develop your constituency. Randall Mitchell wants to work with you. He wants to hear from you. Randall Mitchell is no stranger to the constituency of Labre, ladies and gentlemen. This is the man who intends to bring about a different type of representation, a representation that you have never experienced in Labre. This is the time that Labre must move forward. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, that you must come out in your numbers and give Randall Mitchell your support. Vote responsibly for a candidate with a difference. Vote for a man, ladies and gentlemen, who will not deceive you. Vote for a man, ladies and gentlemen, who will listen to you, the people of Labre. This is the time. This is the opportunity. Labre will move forward with Randall Mitchell. Come out in our numbers on the 28th.
So you are seeing it here live and alive. Victor Roberts. Victor Roberts, the man who was dragging the coffin and saying all kind of things, is now walking the ground with the People's National Movement and endorsing the candidate. Endorsing the candidate. Oh yeah, let me tell you something. Never a dull moment. I told you all, do not be moved by John Jeremy, by how he came across to he went across to the United National Congress. Yes, I tell you. He read and ready, and he talking on the mic. So let me tell you something. I tell you, do not. Now I know a lot of people are not aware that I'm on so early. So early we're gonna normally looking out for 8 o'clock tonight. So I had to spread the word, share the word that we're going to be broadcasting the 11 till meeting that will be coming up very soon. And so I'm in studio tonight. I'm in studio tonight again because we have a number of meetings to bring to you all tonight. And it's from one after the other to the other. And we want to bring it to you live right here on Bounce Up Central Media Network. So, and hey, I never thought that I would have been seeing it too much. Diego Martin, yes. Diego Martin, we have Diego in the house. A lot of people are requesting the Diego Martin meeting also tonight. And but we will be bringing the one where the Prime Minister is attending at this point in time first, because we have to look at protocols. And just let me just check something here on my end here, so that we do have no problems. Right? We don't have no problems. All right. So, well, Jenny is still live, and so we just want to make sure that all systems go. Right. So tonight, we are going to bring you 3 meetings again, 3 meetings, and they are intensifying more and more as we go along. So But I just wanted to show you all that while some people would have not been too fond of Larry Lala, but let me tell you something, Larry Lala is active in the politics, unlike John Jeremy, who is a non-entity in the politics at this point in time. But I will talk on something concerning lawyers who representing the state and then all of a sudden representing criminals. And they him too long come off from serving on state. So we are ready and to embrace anybody that wants to come in. But let me tell you something. Yes, just today alone, I received about 10 calls. 10 calls concerning Miss Ayana Repsteroy's speech in Tobago. And they said that, let me tell you something. Oh God, the field election mood last night from Ayana Repsteroy, like they never felt it before, because normally she's a more conservative person. Eh? But last night, Miss Ayana Repsteroy was on fire. When I tell you fire, fire. And she wasted no time. She started the ball rolling. She hit it out one after the other. Bam, bam, bam. And let me tell you something. It is really starting to heat up now. The countdown is on. The countdown is on, and it is less. Now it is less than how much more days we have for election? Yeah, we know we have one in Tobago, so we're looking to get that field to bring that also. How many people? How many more days to election? Today is the 16th, so we have the 17th. 3 will be 20. 11 more days to the big day. 11 more days to the big day. I think there's 5 meetings tonight, and we can only do so much. And tomorrow we will try to bring the others once they have good once we are getting them through clearly, we will do the others. We are just waiting on the meeting to start in the constituency of Laventille West. And let me just tell you all, I got some information even on Laventille West that a big chunk of Laventille West is now in East Port of Spain. So there are the boundary lines are really shifting. The boundary lines are really shifting. And hey, good evening, Miss Sidena Washi, Miss Altia, and all the 55 persons who are on board at this point in time. Share the word, spread the love. We are here. So we have 3 meetings here tonight. And as I said, Sovereign Trace, the whole of Sovereign Trace is now under the Port of Spain South constituency. So a large portion of Laventille has now gone to Port of Spain South. So if you don't know if you think you're still voting in certain constituencies across the country, you need to go to the EBC website or go into EBC personally in the morning and find out whether or not where am I voting in this election. Go and find out where am I voting the chance. Yes, good evening, Ms. Marlene Pantin. Good evening. So don't take nothing to chance. Let me see if I can just switch over here and this thing here because it's this foolishness. Let me just do a little quick thing here. Let me see them. It's doing some things that are play.
Roger Monroe come from the belly of the grassroots. That's why I support him. I remember my child growing up, and I think he done a very good job. And also, he see about his community. He's a man that people anytime knows and his phone. And also, he's a man that will share something with somebody.
Roger Monroe has demonstrated over the last 4 years and a half, even for a community member, that discipline and commitment, that ability to listen to people and maturity to deal with the situation. And that's why I support Roger Monroe, because he demonstrates what we and PNM have, discipline, maturity, and getting the job done.
My vision for Topo Sangre Grande is hinged on the past representation that I would have been able to give to the constituency from 2020 to present. It is my dream to bring this constituency of Topo Sangre Grande to the level of the urban communities, but not removing the rural aspect of the love, the warmth, the appreciation and togetherness of the people. Meaning that I intend to work tirelessly to be a constituency on par with urban communities, having all the amenities and having all that is necessary. Some of the projects that has already been started and ongoing, the Ojo Road Recreation Ground upgrade, the Sangre Grande indoor facility, the Sangre Grande swimming pool in Supram Village. Also ongoing is the development and full construction of the Shark River Bridge in Matlot, the Long Bridge in Grand River. We have many retaining walls in the Montevideo and various communities along the North Coast and in Matlot, ongoing roadworks and development as well. The works that is intended to be completed soon of the new Churchill Roosevelt Highway extension into Sangre Grande. Topo Sangre Grande has seen a large increase in housing development, and it has also encouraged persons from outside to come into our constituency. We have ongoing works to the Topo Lighthouse, and we intend to see much more development in the local tourism aspect. One of the mega projects that would have been completed 2020 to present is our brand new Sangre Grande Hospital Campus, 106-bed, state-of-the-art, fully equipped hospital for the people of Topo Sangre Grande and environs. We have also seen the construction of over 200 plus starter homes, completely free for the beneficiary and vulnerable families, spanning from Valencia all the way heading into the North Coast, going up to Matlot. The fishing community on the coast could expect in upcoming projects the development and construction work being done to the Matlot fishing facility, to the Grand River fishing facility, to the Kumana fishing facility, the Topo.
PNM family. PNM family. Are there any people here from Laventille tonight? In his absence, he is due to spend some time with here tonight, some time with the people of Laventille East, Mova, and Laventille West, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young, Senior Counsel, Our speakers on tonight's platform, whom I will introduce to you in a short time. Party officers, members of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, members of the constituency executives of both Laventille East Mova and Laventille West, the chairman of the Sawa Laventille Regional Corporation, Mr. Richard Walcott, and members of the Council of the Sawa Laventille Regional Corporation, and of course, a lady who is no stranger to the People's National Movement, who is at each meeting night after night after night after night. I think some of you need to take some fashion advice from this young lady, the matriarch of the People's National Movement, Mrs. Joan Yule Williams. Specially invited guests, members of the media, members of the PNM family, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chinua Alain, and it is my pleasure to serve as your master of ceremonies for tonight's national public meeting, this meeting of the movement in the heartland of the PNM, right here in Success Laventille Secondary School. This election is an important election. It is important because the PNM, with the support of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, is about to write a bold new chapter. We are about to continue transforming the governance of this country for a stronger, safer, and more prosperous Trinidad and Tobago. On the night of April 28th, we will be celebrating victory once again as the people of Trinidad and Tobago will join us in being ready, will join us in being ready, and will join us in being responsible. So tonight, we have a battery of speakers that are here to speak to you, to let you know about the vision of the PNM. And our first speaker tonight is a new standard bearer for the constituency of Laventille East Mova. He is a proud son of Coconut Drive Mova and has built a successful career as an engineer. He is a devoted husband and a father of two, and deeply invested in creating a better future for the people of his community. Ladies and gentlemen, your next member of parliament has a focus on opportunities for all, safer communities, and a stronger future. Please put your hands together and welcome your next member of parliament for Laventille East Mova, Mr. Christian Birchwood.
Sleeping time. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. I was in the lap when somebody showed me him. Somebody said that I'm up today. The boss could take care of them. And in this crowd was singing loud.
Love. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Chinua the Mayor. In his absence, Honorable Stuart Young, SC, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and soon to be the returning Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, and the outgoing Member of Parliament for Laventille West, other members of the Cabinet present, members of party leadership, Ms. Joan, Auntie Joan, Mr. Kareem Marcel,
candidate for Laventille West and soon to be Member of Parliament. Youth Speaker. All right. Fellow candidates present, members of the media and those listening online, members of the protective services, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my Laventille East Mover posse. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I want a unified Laventille Raw tonight. Let me hear it. Unified. West and East. Good evening, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself, not just to Laventille, but to Trinidad and Tobago. I stand before you today, not because life was easy, but because I chose not to give up. I was just 2 months old when my mother left, and my father basically absent. However, I was taken in by 2 elderly heroes, my great aunt and her husband, who not only raised me, but also became my family. They raised a community. Their generosity saw no bounds. At one point, there were 17 of us in one home. That many children with nowhere to go. But somehow we found love, family, and hope. We didn't have much, as you can imagine, but we had each other. And sometimes that's more than enough to light a fire in your soul. Life tested me early. At 14, I was mixing concrete on construction sites to fund schooling. My hands were cracked and calloused, but my spirit stayed whole. Some said I wouldn't make it, thought I was wasting my time, but I didn't believe them. I couldn't believe them. I had a dream that was way too big to die, and a fire in me that no struggle could smother. I didn't want just to survive, I wanted to thrive. Not just for me, but for every child who has ever felt forgotten. I pressed on, and I pressed on, I pressed and I pressed and I pressed on. I finished my secondary school, Southeast Port of Spain, big up Southeast. This became my second home after completing my primary school education at Mova Anglican School. I went to the University of Trinidad and Tobago, where I completed my National Engineering Technician's Diploma in Mechanical Engineering at the legendary John Daunrless Technical Institution campus. I went on to complete my bachelor's degree in Utilities Engineering, specializing in mechanical. I worked in the library systems while I studied part-time for many, many, many years, following which I entered the oil and gas industry at Kenson Production, delivering value to their clients, likes of Heritage Petroleum, BPTT, Shell, just to name a few. I operated as an operations coordinator and a mechanical engineer, always learning and always building. Today, I am a mechanical engineer, a husband, a father of a 4-year-old girl and a 15-year-old boy,
a man of faith, hope, and belief only in possibilities. My wife and I chose to make our life in Rosewood Avenue, Coconut Drive. I didn't run from over. I rooted myself deeper because I believe in the community, because it raised me. This story, my story, is the story of many of us. And it's only one chapter in the greater book of Laventille East Mover. Ladies and gentlemen, today we stand together, ready to elevate Laventille East Mover. We are all in for TNT, and with possibilities only, we will transform our community. For too long, we have allowed others to define who we are. With narrow views and tired stereotypes. But at all of this today, it ends right now. It ends now. Our challenges don't define us. Our strength, our character, and our unity do. I heard the leader of the opposition speak recently, talking about blood in the streets. Blood in the streets, imagine that. Trying to paint Laventille with one brush. That narrative is biased, unfair, and disrespectful. Yes, we do. We do have issues. We do have issues. Because one life lost is one too many. But don't brand our entire community. You cannot do that. The lights are here. The lights are here. Life is here. And there's a legacy here. Too often the media focuses only on the struggles and not the strengths. I say to every young person, every elder, every parent, every grandparent, every uncle, every aunt, cousin, sibling, neighbor, stand tall. Stand proud. Reject the false stories. Reject the naysayers. Reject the opposition. Reject the opposition. Let's elevate our voices and change the narrative. Let's make it plain. Let me make it plain here tonight. When I say elevate, I want you to say Laventille. Let me elevate. Let's elevate. I'm on a constraint here tonight. What I will do is end this story for now. There's a lot more to be told. But for now, great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. And we shall prevail.
Sleeping time. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. I was in the lap away when somebody showed me him.
PNM family, that was your next member of parliament for Laventille East Mover. Please put your hands together for Mr. Christian Birchwood. Ladies and gentlemen, this is serious business. What we are about here tonight is very, very serious business. And our next speaker is a man who is about serious business. He was first elected to the House of Representatives in 1995 and served for 12 years as the Member of Parliament for Laventille East Mover. An attorney at law by profession, he served in opposition between 1995 and 2001, and he served in government from 2002 to 2007 as Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security and in the Ministry of Trade and Industry under then Prime Minister Patrick Manning. He was appointed an opposition senator in the 10th Republican Parliament in 2010 and returned to the lower house in 2015, this time as the Member of Parliament for Laventille West. He has served as Minister of Works and Transport, Minister of Public Utilities, Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, Minister of Youth Development and National Service, Minister of National Security, and Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman is no stranger to all of you in both Laventille East Mover and Laventille West, and he is here tonight to address all of us on the serious issues that are facing us as people of Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Fitzgerald Ethelbert Hines.
My friend, I in a good spirit. I drink in a good spirits. We might right up to the limits. So don't me down, don't fight me down. Yeah, good spirit. I drink in a good spirits. We might 10 cars in a minute. So don't me down, don't fight me down. Yeah. My friend and them couldn't tell you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I too must acknowledge, even in his absence, the Honorable Stuart Young, Member of Parliament, outgoing for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, Senior Counsel, and now properly and proudly the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. First Citizen, Alderman Chinua Allen, Mayor of the City of Port of Spain, and of course in your capacity as Master of Ceremonies here tonight. Join me in recognizing the PNM's brand new standard bearers, Laventille East Mover and Laventille West, who have been identified by this great party to carry on the work that those of us who toiled in the vineyard had started and carried on, as indeed we followed others. Let us applaud and welcome these two young brothers again, expressing our admiration, our prayer, and our support for them, because they will quickly discover that this business is no walk in the park. Mr. Richard Walcott, Chairman of the San Juan Laventille Regional Corporation, all councillors, other members of council, members of the executive of both the Laventille East Mover and Laventille West constituencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I've been asked to address you for a few moments tonight on the serious business of that which is in front of us. The UNC has, and I must admit, a wonderful piece of music, but Hotel California is nice music too by dealing with drugs. The UNC have a nice song, And the theme is when UNC wins. Well, for me, on the basis of my close observation of the UNC, their track record, when the UNC wins, is bubble, thief, took, take, false paper, victimization, racism. They are a shame and disgrace to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, the UNC ain't win yet, and Pare lose, Anita lose, Rodney lose, Jai lose, the Mahasaba lose, Dignity lose, Integrity lose, and they win yet. And that is why we, the People's National Movement, who have been identified by the people of Trinidad and Tobago as the true and real and only national party, must stand in the gap and ensure that the people of Trinidad and Tobago are once again protected from them. And there are a multiplicity of reasons why you, every one of you in this room, and all of the thousands of people across Trinidad and Tobago watching this meeting tonight will vote for the PNM in the upcoming election. They will vote, you will vote and give us a third term, because one good term, two good terms deserves another. But more than that, you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, you know us. You know we from morning. You know Dr. Williams. You know Mr. Chambers. You know Mr. Manning. You know Dr. Rowley. And now you know the young, energetic Stuart Richard Young. You know we. You voted for us. And we, the PNM, are thankful that you have placed your trust and confidence in us, to the extent that for the independent life of this nation, as an independent country, you have voted and put us in office 84% of the time. 84%. You know, when we are in government, your treasury is safe. You know that we are not for sale. As a Minister of Works and Transport, I had reason one morning to call the Prime Minister and tell him a man offered me a bribe of a watch valued at $78,000 US. As I threw him out of my office, I called the Prime Minister and I told him that. And he told me certain pertinent things. The bottom line of all of that was, he said, Fitz, if people like you sell your soul to people like him for things like that, we will not be worth the respect of those who voted us into office. We are not perfect. We have made mistakes along the way. Only God is perfect. And we know, you know, we can't please everybody every time. But you know our standards. You know what we aim to. And you have observed in the last 10 years, not a single minister in the government has been justifiably and with a sustainable argument proved or pointed out any corruption against any one of us. And as you know, corruption is a major issue in economies around the world, including Trinidad and Tobago. You had 2 terms of the UNC between 1995 and 2001, and between 2010 2015 and an extra 3 months. Remember that? They have a track record, Trinidad and Tobago. So what we say from these platforms is not speculation. It is not conjecture. It is not old talk. We ask that you judge us by our record, and by all means, judge Kamla Prasad Bisesa and her band of crooks on their record. Well, unfortunately, somebody say we're supposed to jail them. I was a police. If I was a police still, I'd lock up everyone. But I don't have them powers. I don't have that power. That is for somebody else. In 2001, they corrupted themselves out of office. And in 2015, they corrupted themselves out of office even more spectacularly. And you must be reminded, Trinidad and Tobago, about Clause 34, action taken to give a free pass to those who are accused and charged for criminal offenses. You remember life sport. You remember the EMBD issue where a matter of days before they left office, election was Monday. Within the last 2 weeks of their leaving office, they borrowed and disbursed 400 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars to people for work that was even never done. You see her? You go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, PNM family, somebody just arrived to Laventille. Somebody just arrived to Laventille. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Please join me in welcoming to this PNM meeting in the heartland of PNM country. Join us in welcoming our Honorable Prime Minister, the person who is going to lead us into victory, the person who is ready and responsible, a man who is about to write a new chapter for Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome to this meeting in Success Laventille, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young, Senior Counsel. He has a vision for Trinidad and Tobago. He will ensure that dignity and morality in public affairs is at the front burner of the government's agenda. He will write a whole new chapter. He will transform the governance of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, your Prime Minister and the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young.
It was a safe space. 30,000 people of different background, confusion, PSA ground shaking like an earthquake. But everyone was fine. It wasn't hot, girl.
Thank you all very much for that warm welcome for our Prime Minister. Prime Minister, if I wasn't a PNM, I'd afraid the PNM. Yes, the PNM is a mighty full force. A mighty full force. Imagine that lady tell us she purged the UNC, and Big Munilal still stuck in the UNC's large intestine. She purged the UNC, but David Lee, Hugh Longpoy, Handbag Pararat, and all of them still lurking. Don't let them fool you. Nothing had changed. Nothing had changed. We saw them for 2 terms and we know who they are. The UNC remains unfit to lead this country. Unfit. I told a man yesterday, as I tell you tonight, I hear them criticizing our government and talking about the last 10 years. I want to put on public record, I am not ashamed. I have nothing to be ashamed about. The People's National Movement managed the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago in the most difficult times, and we fared pretty well inside of it. Nothing to be afraid, nothing to be ashamed about. Understand that. 2008, I was there watching the international banking system collapse. CLICO, CIB, major conglomerate with about 25% of the GDP, they said at the time, collapsed. This government moved in, bailed it out, made Trinidad and Tobago's economy safe. Of course, from 2015 to 2020, I, as a Minister of Works, we all took a 7% cut. The major job when we came to office was to stabilize the economy, and we did that. And right after that, we went back to government with your support, and we were faced with the pandemic, COVID-19, and right behind that, severely fluctuating and depressing oil and gas prices. And we are a gas economy. So when the price of oil and gas go down, we were losing income, losing revenue. And we had difficult times, and as you would have heard the Prime Minister Young say, we had serious decisions to make, and we made them. And Trinidad and Tobago came through better than many more developed countries around the globe. And we did it with your support. And I think you should give yourselves a round of applause, because every one of you shared the burden with us. What did we do? We decided to suppress expenditure, because just like your household budget, if your income is X and you're spending more than X, you have a problem. So we decided to suppress expenditure. That touched the wage negotiations too. We say we couldn't give you what you wanted. It would bankrupt the economy. Reasonable people understood that. I sat in the cabinet, asked Dr. Brown, especially asked Prime Minister Young, and watched the cabinet behave like my grandmother used to, penny pinching, making sure we don't waste a penny on nothing. Ministers come to cabinet, the bill might be bloated a bit, and when chairman of the FNGP, Stuart Young, take a Chinese chopper, take a pen, and he start to go through, so it come down to something more realistic, penny pinching of the highest order. No governmental corruption, none. Businessmen tell me, when we came to office, no more did they have to find 30 and 40% to pay no minister. That was a thing of the past. We avoided the IMF. And then they criticize us about Venezuela. But I think Prime Minister Young, former Prime Minister Rowley, ought to be saluted and applauded by this country for the genuine efforts they made to find a gas supply. When our gas reserves show signs of depleting from our mature fields, and all they did was to go hither, thither, and yon, trying to find a stream of gas to keep Point Lisas going. Because Point Lisas is the major breadbasket income earner for Trinidad and Tobago. Without that, your standard of living is at risk. All the nice life you're accustomed to is at serious risk. And therefore, all I could do is commend them. And while all of that was going on, is development evermore. Valencia to Toko Highway, Curep Interchange, I'm only reminding you all, because the alternative is the chaos and corruption of the UNC. Diego Martin Health Center, Roxborough, Point 14, Grandi, Arima, and Port of Spain Central Block. All of this happened in the tightest of circumstances. Red House restored. We were in the waterfront. We're back in the Red House now. Meal flares around the Savannah. Stallmeyer Castle, President's House. Right now, the cabinet meets in Whitehall again. We fixed that. Of course, new Brian Lara Stadium restored. New government campus on Richmond Street. New immigration building. New Inland Revenue building. New Ministry of Education block. San Fernando Waterfront project. Serious work from National Security, St. Joseph Police Station, Roxborough Police Station, Maracas Police Station, Besser Street, Caranage Police Station, building evermore. In the hardest of times, we reopened the Barataria Station, the Brasso Station, the Moriah Station, and San Rafael next. I watched children in the Laventil pool. That wasn't there. As we put that there. Mova pool in Maloney. For we. Diego Martin Shopping Complex. The Maruga Multipurpose Sporting Complex. Mahaika Oval, New Skinner Park. Maracas Beach Improvement. Maruga Agro and Light Industrial Manufacturing Facility. All of that, you people of Trinidad and Tobago listening to this meeting, remember that in the toughest of economic times. And all of that meant new economic activity with the multiplier effect, jobs created for the construction, and of course the businesses that will stay there. Laventil and the East-West Corridor, I want to tell you something. The UNC have a campaign that the PNM Black Party did nothing for you black people. You couldn't get a bigger and dirtier lie. The first question you have to ask yourself, if the PNM did not do for you, who did? Who did? But they're running that narrative and they're almost telling you that things bad and you're hard up, a negative kind of narrative to get you down. And of course, they are paying some of us. They are paying some of us 30 dirty pieces of silver to run propaganda campaigns to tell you that you are so badly off and the PNM did nothing for you. But I always say in Laventil, this school right here in Success Village was put here by the PNM. Thousands of people passed through this school. And we've had great successes from it. I'll tell you something, the education system that we put in place. There's a young lady called Jamila Harris, came out of Mova by you know, but she's inside of the campaign supporting it. She's probably somewhere here tonight. She won a national scholarship from this school. She went to Bishops. She beat them and got the President's Medal there. She won an open scholarship. She went and did actuarial science And then she went on to do a PhD at Cambridge in developmental economics, all on the basis of the PNM's educational opportunity for all. And she's only one. There are many. I had a young lady from Village Council Street came to me. I saw her. I worked closely with her. Today, Liana Williams Andrews is a medical doctor practicing at Mount Hope in the last 5-6 years. And don't talk about young Sachel Critchlow, her father up and down here tonight, championing the greatness of the PNM. She never comes second in tests yet. From primary school, secondary school, she beat them all the way through. She too won an open national scholarship. And she's now in Ireland pursuing a study in medicine. Give her your love and a round of applause. And not everybody will be a doctor or a lawyer or an actuarial scientist. But I'll tell you something, every one of us is blessed with some talent, some gift, some skill. And the system we have in Trinidad allows every one of us an opportunity to be the best that we could be. But as you heard earlier from Mr. Birchwood, and you will hear from Mr. Marcel, with all of that, it requires some personal effort. It requires some personal energy. It requires some personal sacrifice. And it is all possible. $80,000 laptops. I hear them talking about laptops. We will give you a laptop. Well, we're doing that a long time. 80,000 of them. No VAT on uniforms. Children, free bus rides. Universities available. I'm telling you, man, we did the business. And you see this school? It produced Kieran Pollard, Akil Hossein, live not too far around the corner from here. The top T20 bowler in the world attended this school and live around the corner from here. Akil Hossein. Kerry Pierre also came out of this school, and many, many more. Many, many more. This community produced a former chief of defense staff or two, produced deputy commissioners of police, produced 2 ACPs of police. One of them, I saw him here tonight, Mr. Terry Young. Give him a round of applause. Right here. On one street, on Village Council Street, alone in Laventille, 2 doctors, 3 attorneys at law, and a young man called Nathaniel who just came out of UE with a top-class degree in actuarial science. Do you think we easy? PNM education system. So I'm not taking no nonsense from them. Whether in every field, well, don't talk for housing. There are many of us who would not have had a house to call our own had it not been for sound PNM housing policy. And we building them and we distributing them. This is what we have done, and this is what we are doing. We have a crime problem, though. We have a crime problem. And we instituted, just as the time ticks, we instituted a state of emergency in order to protect some of us from ourselves. I am in a position to say tonight, I believe not believe, it is a fact, regardless of what Munilal and the rest of them say. The state of emergency reduced the murders in this country by about 31, 32%. That's a fact. We recovered more firearms during the state of emergency than we ordinarily would. There was increased, intensified policing activity, which is the thing that is necessary. We brought down the murder figure to that extent, and the police have given the assurance that they will continue to hold the fort to keep the thing down. And some of those 30% reduction may very well have been some of those who engaged in the fighting because it was gangland thing. I remember when we discussed it right here in Prisgalan one morning, I think it was a Sunday morning. 5 people were killed in a place in Prisgalan where I grew up, right up the hill from here. And it is at that point we decided we couldn't let these warring factions in their empty ignorance continue bloodletting and creating mayhem in the society. We imposed the state of emergency, and we have no regrets about that. 5,192 police operations. We targeted 3,561 priority offenders, people known to the police. Conducted 36,368 searches across Trinidad and Tobago, vehicles and premises. And 1,590 persons were charged. Brothers and sisters, time has run. But I want to tell you before I close that you on April the 28th have a serious choice to make. Every one of you in this room, we know where you stand. You're PNM and you're proud, like we. But for you listening in Trinidad and Tobago, this is no joke. We have seen the UNC and we have seen the long, illustrious years of service by the People's National Movement to this country. And the choice on April the 28th is obviously yours. And if I were you, well, in fact, I know who I'm voting for. But if I were you, I will join the majority of decent, right-thinking people in Trinidad and Tobago and vote resoundingly for the People's National Movement. And when Esmond Ford licked down the empty muscle man in Tunapuna politically, when Christian Birchwood conquered a little upstart in Laventille East Mova, when Kareem Marcel mercilessly joined me the same fellow who going for the UNC in Laventille West, he came twice before, like the man have a sickness for licks. I beat him once, I beat him twice, and now young Kareem is going to go and cut his tail again. And today I drove past the constituency, well, the headquarters, the Prime Minister's campaign headquarters in Belmont, Prime Minister. The thing looked glorious. I stopped my car. I meditated for a while. I said a prayer. I continue to ask God's greatest blessings upon you. And when you beat that UNC upstart in Port of State North, St. Anne's West, and we gather all the PNM seats around the country, and we march with a mighty PNM army to Balize House in celebration of a great victory, in celebration of defending the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And together as always, from 1956 to today, we will all in unison say, great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. We must be great.
My friend, I in a good spirit. I drink in a good spirits. The vibes right up to the limits. So don't be down, don't fight me down. Yeah. Good spirit. I drink in a good spirits. The vibes ain't cast in a minute. So don't be down, don't fight me down. Yeah. My friend and them couldn't tell you about me. Good people, it's good people.
Is anybody from the PNM in a good spirit tonight? Is Laventille in a good spirit tonight?
Well, I in a good spirit too. And I know those on the other side, they're in a good, different kind of spirit. Not the kind of spirit that we in. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me, of course, to recognize in our presence tonight the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Dr. the Honorable Amory Brown. Permit me as well to recognize the party's elections officer, Mr. Indar Parasram, the party field officer, Ms. Irene, operations officer, Ms. Irene Hines, and of course, our national campaign manager, deputy political leader for party and election matters, Mr. Rohan Sinanan. How will you find the thing going? It going nice? Yeah, I think it's going nice. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is only 30 years of age. He hails from the community of Beetham Gardens, Laventille. Where the Beetham team? He is an attorney at law, the holder of a Bachelor of Laws from the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, a legal education certificate from the Hugh Wooding Law School, a past student of Trinity College in Mocha, and the first recipient of UWI's McCandle Dagger Scholarship. My colleague on the Council of the City of Port of Spain. Where is Team Kareem? Where is Team Kareem? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the platform tonight your next Member of Parliament for the constituency of Laventille West. He will soon be sitting in the Parliament in the Red House in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Please welcome to the platform, Kareem. Kareem Marcel.
And everything what we talk about, so look out for bad mind friend. Enough time is a life and feel look how much good people life in. So me have to tell every ghetto you, Mikey and me feel. Cause them say me not go nowhere, you don't not go make no money. And them say me soon have to run away, or them a dream. Not nice, them say me clothes them never clean. And me now live this is 17, but now me clothes them never clean. From me get the big sack and me see me have to say all of this coming like it's a dream. 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 All of this coming like it's a dream.
Is Laventille West in the house tonight? Is Laventille East Mother in the house tonight? Is Potterfair North St. John's West in the house tonight? Is anybody from the People's National Movement in the house tonight? Brothers and sisters, I see my family, I see my friends, I see my neighbors, I see Laventille West, and I want to tell all you that I love all you so, 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 so much. Brothers and sisters, I have a serious discussion to have with you all tonight. Because you see, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight. Allow me to recognize the Honorable Stuart Richard Young, SC MP, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And let me tell you something about my Prime Minister. Because you see, my Prime Minister is also my big brother. Anyone who knows me and knows the events that I keep will know that this Honorable Prime Minister makes it to every single event that we have. My Prime Minister didn't need, I know Special Branch drove him here, but my Honorable Prime Minister did not need ways to find Success Laventille Secondary School. And that is why, brothers and sisters, when the night of April the 28th, 2025 reach, we will join my Prime Minister in his constituency, where our headquarters is held, in Balazier House, where we will all shout and scream, "Great is the PNM! Great is the PNM! Great is the PNM! And we shall prevail." Brothers and sisters, allow me to recognize a gentleman who has served this country for over 30 years. A gentleman who has served with honor, with integrity, with decency. My Member of Parliament for Laventille West, the Honorable Fitzgerald Ethelbert Hines. Allow me, brothers and sisters, to recognize the Honorable Dr. the Honorable Amory Brown, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Allow me to recognize, of course, my brother who is going to beat them going and coming in Laventille East and make sure they lost the deposit. A young man who we should all be well pleasing. Soon to be the Honorable Christian Birchwood. And although he is not here, brothers and sisters, allow me to recognize a brother who I hold very, very close to my heart. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Laventille East Mova, the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development. My brother, we standing 10 toes down with you, brother, because great is the PNM and we love you. Allow me to recognize, I am an alderman in the Port of Spain City Corporation. Allow me to recognize my mayor, His Worship Chinua Allen. Deputy Political Leader of the People's National Movement, Mr. Rohan, the Honorable Rohan Sinanan, Minister of Works and Transport. Allow me to recognize my campaign manager. And the chairman of the San Juan Laventille Regional Corporation. Of course, Alderman Richard Walcott. My councillors, members of the movement, allow me to recognize the matriarch of the People's National Movement, Auntie Joan. Mr. Endar Pastor, Ms. Irene Hines. Allow me to recognize one more person before I go. A woman who, because of her hard work, of her dedication, she was not rich with dollars and cents, but she was rich in morals and values. She is my warrior princess. She is my queen. She is my legend. And she is my mother, Shoma Bernadette Wilson. All right. Brothers and sisters, with all these salutations, allow me to get to some business here tonight. Because you see, it's Laventille West. There is no place like home. I just heard the Honorable Prime Minister make a unilateral decision and decide to extend the time by 5 minutes for the salutations. So we're taking back that, Honorable Prime Minister. Brothers and sisters of Laventille West, my name is Curry Marcel. I am Curry Marcel, and I hail from the beautiful community of Beetham Gardens. I am 30 years of age. I was born, raised, and live in Beetham Gardens, which form part of the most resilient constituency in Trinidad and Tobago, Laventille West. Before I get on to deal with business that affects Trinidad and Tobago, I want to tell you about the things I intend, just some of the things I intend to do for you as your next member of Parliament for Laventille West. Brothers and sisters, some of you may know that I am an attorney at law by profession. It is because of the community that raised me that I was able to become the first attorney at law from Beetham Gardens. Brothers and sisters, I certainly will not be the last. One of the very first things I want to commit to you, because you raised me, because when I didn't have money to go to school, I could have gone by a neighbor, I could have bought an uncle, I could have gone in the shop by myself and trust juice and water until my mother get paid next week. Because of that, I want to tell you here today that although I am stepping into a new role, that I am committing that once every month, as your member of Parliament, that I would offer free civil legal consultation and services to the constituency of Laventille West. If you are from Laventille West and you want to do a deed poll, make an appointment by your member of Parliament because you send him and you raise him. Brothers and sisters, if you are having land matters and tenure issues, I am telling you, check your member of Parliament. Brothers and sisters, on March 13, 2012, I almost lost my life to gun violence. This is a serious issue that I must address. It was my mother's birthday. I was sitting on the back. Phase 1 and 3 was warring, phase 4 and 5 on Beetham Gardens. I am seeing almost everyone who was on that bench with me. I've seen Lawrence, I've seen Junior, and a few others. And warring fraction, before you know it, someone who they mistake for me, who was also a neighbor that I grew up with, who just came and collect food for me. They probably tell him that he was right sitting down on a bench, ride a bike, go on his way. He's now deceased. He didn't die that night. But soon after, 5 gunmen came on the backstretch in Beetham Gardens Phase 3 and opened fire
on me and, of course, my group of friends. None of us was involved in crime. None of us was involved in wrongdoing. But brothers and sisters, these are the consequences. Could you imagine, brothers and sisters, had I lost my life today? Had I lost my life that day, brothers and sisters, then Beetham Gardens would not have had its first attorney at law in 2022. Maybe at a late. I would not have been, brothers and sisters, I would not have been the first alderman in the Port of Spain City Corporation from Beetham Gardens. And I would not have been your next member of parliament. So brothers and sisters, I want to tell you that we must bond together. We must ensure a safer Laventille West. We must ensure a safer East Port of Spain. And we must ensure a safer Trinidad and Tobago. The government have put a lot of plans and programs in place, and the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, under the stewardship of our Honorable Prime Minister, is going to continue to invest in our young people. And I want to tell you, brothers and sisters, that it is because of PNM plans and policies that after that night, I was able to achieve my goals and become all that I have become, brothers and sisters. So when, brothers and sisters, I hear on the other side that they are trying to convince us by using people who look like us to tell us that the PNM has no plan and policy for our young people, then I tell them, most respectfully, Mrs. Fasad Bissessa, we don't want to hear you. The UNC brothers and sisters, they're getting on as if they never won, you know. They won in 2010. But when they won in 2010, I remember as a young man in Beetham Gardens. Uncle Clayton is here? If my Uncle Clayton is here. I remember on Beetham Gardens, if you can recall, during a state of emergency, there were police buses lined up left, right, and center during in the 2011 state of emergency. And anybody, you didn't have to have a look. All you had to be was black and from Beetham, Laventille, Picton, Junction, Maloney, La Hocketa, Duncan Street, Temple Street, Sealots. So when Mrs. Fasad Bissessa is trying to talk to us and tell us that when she wins, we will win, we know that we must reject that, because in that state of emergency, we lose. We lose in Laventille West. We lose in Laventille East. We lose in Port of Spain North. We lose in Port of Spain South. We lose in La Hocketa. We lose in Maloney. We lose in Arima. We lose on the train line in San Fernando. So don't take that tie up. When they show you who they are the first time, believe them. Believe them, brothers and sisters. I want to tell you, brothers and sisters, that in order to foster unity within Laventille West, I pledge as your next member of parliament that I am going to engage in something called the Inter-Community Laventille West Sports and Culture Competition. And I could announce it with authority, because I know that long before my prime minister was prime minister, I could have called him any other night. Partner, bro, I need some sponsorship here. And because he believed in the vision for East Port of Spain, he invested heavily in a lot of my programs that we run in East Port of Spain. I got a stamp of approval that every July-August vacation, that in Laventille West, we will bring every single community together and we will compete in football, in cricket, in netball, in basketball, in Queen Show. We will break down the borders in Laventille West. We will play football at night in Beetham. We go play basketball at night in Picton. We go play netball in Morris Marshall Court in Chimacak. We will all be one. We will break down all the barriers because great is the PNM brothers. Because great is the PNM brothers. Because great is the people's national movement, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, if I continue listing plans here tonight, I am certain that the Prime Minister may start to get a bit worried about where the money coming from. But you have in front of you, brothers and sisters, and in the PNM's campaign, 41 candidates that is full of integrity, led by an honorable Prime Minister who I have every faith and hope in will make Trinidad and Tobago the best version of itself. I believe, brothers and sisters, in this new chapter. Brothers and sisters, believe that in the last 10 years we are in government, that we had to spend time stabilizing the economy, building the economy, negotiating new gas deals, negotiating new oil deals. And I am saying, brothers and sisters, from an informed view, to put me to work, put your member of parliament in Laventille East to work, and put our Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to work, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young, SC. I believe, brothers and sisters, I believe in this bold new chapter, it will be filled with hope. It will be filled with progress. I believe, brothers and sisters, that we ain't get started yet. Brothers and sisters, this new young, and pun intended, this new young team, pun intended, is going to lift the bar higher and higher. This new young team is going to lift the bar higher and higher. So I ask you in Toko Sangigandi to get on board. I ask you in Arima to get on board. I ask you in La Hoketa to get on board. I ask you in Tunapuna to get on board. I invite you, St. Joseph, to get on board. In Mayaro, I invite them to get on board. In Laventille West, I invite you to get on board. In Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, I invite you to get on board with the People's National Movement. Have faith and confidence in this bold new chapter. Have faith and confidence in it. We are a team that is ready. We are a team that is ready. We are a team that is responsible. And when on election night, brothers and sisters, when the polls are closed and the ballot box is opened and the votes are counted, brothers and sisters, I know that I would have made the right choice, because I will be going right across the road in Beetham Excel Government Primary School. I will be the first to vote for myself. I will be voting for myself. I will be voting for the People's National Movement. I will be voting for the new chapter. I will be voting, brothers and sisters, so that when we all come in Valley House, whether you're from East, West, South, North, Central, or Tobago, we will all sing in one clarion voice, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail. Thank you, brothers.
Sleeping time.
I was in the lottery when somebody shout mayhem. Somebody say, better not today, God will take care of them. And in this crowd was singing loud, going to the convention. And as we walk in, we spin and sing, oh Lord, what a session. In the hand was a plan and start to jam. He hit them, bam, bam, bam. Somebody say you have to like the man, you have a pastor every day, yeah? We are making no notice mistake. But the opposition get them what take. And when I take okay, you know what I mean. Get the love people first to get back in sleep. We can't fail. Listen the tail. It is the PNM. It's out. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. Yeah, but we were but all along we celebrate our plurality. Equality right across the board, everybody have a chance. That's why all along every person comes to just be the dance. Talking about the ultra-modern social infrastructure, education become priority one in the national agenda. We are making no notice mistake. When the opposition get them will take. And when I say okay, you know what I mean. Bring all your food sleep in this country, please. We can't pay. Listen the tail. To the piano. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. Election time is here. Election time is here. We'll be tweeting everywhere. Election time is here. We'll be tweeting everywhere. Election time is here. We'll be tweeting everywhere. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. Sleeping time. The air was clear, the bill was clear, the delivery was a drill. And the document passed to present plenty years of the PNM. From self-government to independent Republican status quo. The people applaud, certain and good, things that the party do. He said the whole of the world we are the salt of the earth, no racial or cultural divide. Not like Duck and Run and all them dirty one they have on the other side. What? We are making no notice mistake. When the opposition get them will take. And when I say okay, you know what I mean. We sleep in the Camera Road coalition. We can't fail. Listen the thing. You need to be here. Sleeping time. 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 Sleeping time.
All year. PNM meeting suite, eh? The PNM suite. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Member of Parliament, soon to be the Member of Parliament for Laventille West, Mr. Kareem Marcel. And of course, bringing some sweet, sweet PNM music for some sweet melodies. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Michael Legaton, the Protector. My friends, this is the part of the meeting where it is time to invite and to welcome our featured speaker. And he's coming to speak to us tonight in a PNM meeting in the heartland of PNM country, to bring for us what you can only get on a PNM platform, and that is political education. He is a practicing attorney at law and has been since 1998, and was admitted to the bar in Trinidad and Tobago, London, the Commonwealth of Dominica, and Antigua and Barbuda. A graduate of the University of Nottingham, he has acquired a wealth of experience in all sorts of law, including civil, commercial, banking, industrial relations, public law, constitutional law, and election petitions. I think the man made for this work. He has appeared as counsel in commissions of inquiry, including the PRCO Commission, the Commission of Inquiry into the Construction Sector, and the Commission of Inquiry into the Hindu Credit Union and CL Financial. Since entering the Parliament in 2014, he has served as an opposition senator, as minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, as minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, as Minister of Communications, as Minister of National Security, and as Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. Today, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker serves as the nation's 8th Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. He has come to Laventille tonight to sweep them. He has come to Laventille tonight to beat them and to teach them. He has come to Laventille to remind all of those on the other side that this is PNM country. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the platform tonight the next Member of Parliament for the constituency of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, your next Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Please put your hands together and welcome the Honorable Stuart Richard Young.
A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, let's answer when we call.
With ear gather up, he always vibrant and he's strong, energetic and he young,
Scotty. When I hear it, I didn't believe it. I went and checked it. They say he read it.
We have a new leader, he's strong with real power, the best in Trinidad. Tell them great faces so.
Scotty, a man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, let's answer when we call.
What a magnificent place to be in tonight. And thank you for the opportunity to join my family in Laventille West. Allow me to recognize our deputy political leader and our national campaign manager, Minister Rohan Sinanan, our party officers, Indar Parasaram, Irene Hines, our matriarch, Auntie Joan, and our Member of Parliament for Laventille West, my colleague, the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, as we thank him for over 30 years of service. And what a proud moment. What a proud moment to stand here tonight as the chairman of this great party in our 70th year of existence, and to be flanked by 3 young men. One who is our mayor of the city of Port of Spain, Alderman Chinua Allen. And then 2 young men who at this time in 2025 have offered themselves for national service with the People's National Movement. Mr. Christian Birchwood for Laventille East Moa, and Mr. Kareem Marcel for Laventille West. My brothers and sisters, and to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, following us tonight live on television, radio, and other platforms. Tonight is a night for a serious and sober conversation. Because you see, tonight is a night where we're a few days away from a choice that is going to determine the future of Trinidad and Tobago. Because on the 28th of April, which is literally a few days away, every citizen who has the right to vote in Trinidad and Tobago has 2 choices to make. The first choice is a choice to go and vote, and that is not a choice that any of us take for granted. The second choice, after you've chosen to vote, is who you're going to vote for. So tonight I have decided to open up a little bit. I have decided tonight is the time for me to share some stories with Trinidad and Tobago. Because tonight it is important that we in the People's National Movement explain not only to our members and our supporters, but to those who are deciding how to vote on the 28th of April, why we are the right choice for Trinidad and Tobago. So this afternoon, you'd have seen the PNM launch its manifesto, strategically timed to put before the population our vision and our plans for the next 5 years, understanding the times that we live in. But after that, I walked in my constituency when I left Balize House. And I walked from Belmont, up through Gonzales, up into what was formerly part of Laventille West, come back around down Bella Road, back into Belmont. And I have walked Sandy Grande in areas where there's squatting communities. I've walked in Tobago, in Canaan and other areas. I have walked in Chaguanas on a number of occasions. I have walked the train line in San Fernando. I have walked in many, many areas in Trinidad and Tobago that others who are offering themselves up for leadership do not even know how to get to. And I want to start by letting you know the reason why I do that. It is because we in the PNM, and me personally, I recognize the serious responsibility when we're elected to office, that we are there to represent the people of Trinidad and Tobago at every single level of society. And I stand here tonight without any fear of contradiction, letting Trinidad and Tobago know and letting Laventille and Port of Spain and Port of Spain South, North, Laventille, East and West know, because you are amongst our party faithfuls, that you are my priority and you are the priority of the government that I lead. The first step in properly understanding what people face is getting down on the ground and interfacing and listening and interacting. So I ask you, how many people offering themselves to lead Trinidad and Tobago now, to be our next Prime Minister, could say that they've gone into East Port of Spain, to say they've gone into Beetham, to say that they've gone into housing developments, HDC housing developments that we have all over the country, like the Harp, like Shafford Court, like Port of Spain South, and other areas around Trinidad. How many have walked the ground of Maruga to see where a PNM policy of building houses where before in concrete, where before they were board houses in parts of rural Maruga, PNM policy under this government in the last 9.5 years of an HVIP program introduced a roof over your head, a concrete structure with running water and lights. And that happened starting in Maruga, and it has stretched throughout the breadth of Trinidad. So, brothers and sisters, tonight, let's have a conversation about what we're facing. Because one thing I assure you, the population of Trinidad and Tobago, that I will never do is I will never jeopardize Trinidad and Tobago. I would never support any decision that I know could harm the majority of people in Trinidad and Tobago. I would never stand in front of the population, whether it be at a post-cabinet press conference with the media in front of me or on a sacred PNM platform, and tell anything other than the truth to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. But tonight, I've come here once again to warn you. But first, let me tell you how I got involved into politics. Because I'm hearing many people trying to create narratives of who Stuart Young is. In 1998, I returned to Trinidad. Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, completely in love with our Twin Island state, Trinidad and Tobago. At university and when I was doing the bar exams, people said, we have never heard somebody describe their country in the way that you have. And it is because I believe in us. I believe in our citizens and our law-abiding citizens. And when I returned, one of the first things that we were facing in Trinidad at the time was the PRCO corruption and the allegations of corruption. And I put a pin there. As we went on during time, I took a decision. There is no way I would ever support corruption in Trinidad and Tobago because it destroys our country. And you know who hurts the most from corruption? It is our most vulnerable citizens. It is our citizens who earn the least in our population who hurt the most from corruption. So that's the first point. You have to consider and look at who wants to get in office to engage in corruption. But then something happened. I began to do some work for the state. And it allowed me to apply my lawyer talents to represent Trinidad and Tobago in a number of matters. But then something disastrous happened because the population of PNM supporters and people who care about Trinidad and Tobago made a disastrous mistake in 2010. Some decided that had enough are not going to vote. We must not do that this time. Others decided to take a chance to take a risk and to put somebody else, a coalition government in place. And they took a chance with the People's Partnership in 2010 to 15. I want to use a personal story now to remind all of us what will happen, because I went through it. And I know every URP worker, every CPEP worker, every contract worker, and every worker throughout the RHAs, in our hospitals, in the corporations, anywhere they could find a worker who they thought supported PNM, they fired you. You all remember that? So my duty tonight is to remind you of that. But I want you to understand how I know how that feels for you. Because when the UNC came into government in 2010, one of the first things they did was fire me. Many people don't know that. But a UNC government fired me. I was not a member of the PNM. I was not associated with the PNM. But I had done work for a government under the People's National Movement. And by then, I knew that the only party in Trinidad and Tobago that had proper policies and cared about the citizens was the PNM. So by 2010, I had been going to PNM meetings, standing quietly. I didn't even own a PNM shirt, but standing quietly in my red in a corner of wherever you all were meeting. I did it in 2002, 2007, 2010. And I listened to PNM platforms. And it educated me, and I felt a sense of righteousness, a sense of justice. I saw what a PNM Prime Minister during that period in time had a vision to build Trinidad and Tobago. But the message is this: I could stand here without fear of contradiction and tell Trinidad and Tobago and every single person that if the coalition under the UNC gets back in power, they will fire all of us again. So I want you to understand, when I speak from experience, but more importantly, I speak because I care. I do care about Trinidad and Tobago country first, but then about the future of our country and my party, because you've welcomed me in. In 2014, I received a call by the leader, Dr. Rowley, asking whether I would serve as an opposition senator. I never had thought about getting involved in politics, but by then, I had seen enough. I had heard enough. That episode that Kareem Marcel spoke about, 2011 state of emergency, I wrote out against that because I could see it was wrong on how our citizens, and in particular, a certain segment of our citizenry, were being treated. And you've heard the live story here of the experience of young Kareem Marcel. So tonight I come before you, asking you for the honor, asking you for the opportunity, asking you for the ability to fight for Trinidad and Tobago on your behalf and on your children's behalf from a PNM platform, leading a PNM government to make sure that Trinidad and Tobago not only survives, but thrives. So I have come here tonight asking for you, the citizens, to vote across 41 constituencies for what is right for Trinidad and Tobago, the People's National Movement. And I am warning us not to be fooled again. We saw it in 1986 with a coalition government. We saw it in 2010, and they are offering it again in 2025. Don't be fooled. You have heard the conversation in the past few weeks. You've seen the billboard of promises. Public servants, 10 to 14%. cut tax, cut VAT, cut property tax, reduce corporation tax, give your laptops, give your baby grants. You've also heard from a PNM platform how much that would cost Trinidad and Tobago. But more than a PNM platform, you have heard independent economists. And last night, or the night before in La Horquetta, I read out one of our #1 reporters in business reporting asking Kamla where the 18 to 20 billion dollars would come from. They will bankrupt Trinidad and Tobago, and it is important that you understand that, because that needs to direct your attention, your decision to go to the polls. Take nothing for granted on the 28th, but importantly, to choose who is going to guide the country out of the waters we're in, where you're seeing difficulties in the world right now. Not only here, cost of living is going up. You're seeing what is coming out of the largest, most powerful country in the world, as well as what is happening by China, the second most powerful economy in the world. That affects us. It affects you. It affects you. It affects all of us. So you need to decide who is best placed to manage our country, who is best placed to manage our energy sector and ensure a future for our little children that we've seen here tonight. A future that a school like Success Laventille could continue to have free education. And when you look at our manifesto, you will see what we intend to do with the money that we have and where we will find a little bit more to expand in meaningful ways. It is not only the PNM warning you. Everyone with sense and sensibility are warning us about what would happen if you vote the UNC and their disastrous poison pill and their promises which are poison to Trinidad and Tobago. But I need you to understand this as well. The only way they could afford it, as I have said, as Anthony Wilson said, and as economists said, is by taking us to the IMF, which means loss of jobs. They will cut the subsidies on our gas. They will cut the free education. They will cut the free health care. You can't get CDAP in the hospitals anymore. Free transportation gone. All of the grants gone. Electricity rates will be raised. Cut jobs in the public service. That is where the UNC and that coalition will lead you. But tonight I want to show you here in Laventille how it would affect you, that plan, by some of the items that you have to buy now to feed your families. So I ask that we put up what the cost of goods would be with the UNC plan in place of a devaluation and taking us to the IMF. Look at it. The price of flour will go from $18 to $40. The price of rice will go from $29 to $64. Notice they have not been able to respond to that. I have shown you before that is their plan in writing, and that is what their leader said in Parliament. Look at how it will affect us. Oil that we all need to cook will go from $21 to $50. Curry powder from $12 to $26. And our salaries will be worth more. So if we're going to listen to their lies and their fantasies, that is what will hit all of us in our pocket. And it will hit our vulnerable, low-income people the hardest because they don't care about us. Let that sink in. But their response, which is where I want to go, the response of Kamla initially was a bumbling, no, that is not our plan. And then when they were confronted with it, she says, that's an old plan. Tanku jump out and say, no, that's an old plan. So then everyone asked, well, how would you afford the $18 to $20 billion? Did you all listen to the response? The first response, we'll cut corruption, we'll cut expenditure. We have a plan. Let me tell you all what they did. In 2010, our annual budget, the amount of money we could spend in the country, was around $40 billion. They came in and met $40 billion, was running the country properly in 2010. Everything was being run. There was no bankruptcy in sight. By the time they left in 2015, they added over $20 billion a year to the budget. So I am telling you that to show you that their track record is they cannot cut. They almost doubled expenditure. They went up by 50% to 60 billion. You need to take this on board. They talk about cut corruption. Well, we all know the court cases and how much corruption there was. So then the population asked, the sensible people asked Kamala, they asked the UNC, what is your plan to raise money? They cannot give a plan. She says, I have a plan. She says, we know how we will raise it. We can't hear it up to now. So you know what we did? We went to search and see what the plan was. And tonight, Trinidad and Tobago, I am going to provide Trinidad and Tobago with evidence of what the UNC's plan is if God is taken out of our thoughts and they and their coalition government come into power. It is going to lead to job losses. They're going to come and slash jobs across every state enterprise. If you don't believe me, I would like you all to take a listen and a look at Kamala and the UNC's plan.
The first 90 days, 1, we will prepare a divestment plan for the state enterprises and a debt workout strategy for those enterprises. The first 90 days, 1, we will prepare a divestment plan for the state enterprises and a debt workout strategy for those enterprises. Further, we will transform the remaining state enterprises to publicly owned companies.
If you don't understand what that is, what that UNC plan from their leader is, it means that they're going to sell out every state enterprise they could, take the money. It's not going to help any of us. The first thing private companies will do is get rid of all the workers and shut down everything and bring in who they want. And I guarantee you it ain't going to be us. I want to show you now which companies they will target and what they're going to do.
First 90 days, 1, we will prepare a divestment plan for the state enterprises and a debt workout strategy for those enterprises. The government should be in business. Let the private sector and the businessmen do the business in Trinidad and Tobago.
So Trinidad and Tobago, you have been warned. You have heard it once again, live and direct with the evidence, what their plan is. And I ask you, go and look at what they did towards the end of their 2015 term. They did exactly that. They were the first ones to take shares in FCB and put it on the public market. They were also the ones that started using NGC and its assets on National Gas Company and watering down the value. Trinidad and Tobago, that is the third part of their plan. Job losses, layoffs, and the destruction of state enterprise in Trinidad and Tobago. So tonight you have a choice to make on the 28th of April. Tonight, the People's National Movement, in its responsible manner, delivered a manifesto in record time to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. It is a comprehensive plan that addresses how we are going to help the most vulnerable of our citizens, how we are going to make sure that what we have could be spread amongst those who need it the most. And a big part of our plan, which is a reality, is making things more efficient. And I stand here tonight as the Prime Minister and tell you, when you read this document, you will see how we are addressing our young people, because we know our youth need help. We know our youth are calling out for help. You have seen the establishment of the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service under Minister Foster Cummings. You have seen us work hard to reintroduce youth camps that the UNC closed down. You have seen us introduce new programs for youth. I can stand here tonight and tell you that the cabinet took decisions across Trinidad and to start in Tobago to increase MILAT, to increase CCC, but also in communities. We are going to have dedicated community centers like the one that was just completed in Bachelor Street in Port of Spain South, East Port of Spain, to allow persons to come there and train, whether it be air condition repairs, train in masonry, train in aquaculture, train in hydroponics, train our nail technicians, and these types of programs to help our young people. These are real programs. When you read our manifesto, you hear them trying to terrorize our senior citizens about pension. I have stood on every platform I can as the Prime Minister to say, and I've put it to rest, the PNM not touching your pension. We're not taking your pension down. We're not shifting the goalpost. Your pension is safe with the PNM. But we recognize the difficulties in people getting their pension. How many public servants have to wait sometimes years to get a pension you've worked hard for and to deserve? Our manifesto and our plan is to make pensions more accessible, to automate the process using technology. So a year in advance of retirement, you will be told you're going to retire, confirm the information. 3 months before you retire, you'll be asked to confirm it again. They have no more stupidness about I'll lose your file. And then you will get your pension within the time you're supposed to, which is within 3 months, to make sure that our senior citizens are properly looked after with an automated pension system. That is real. That will affect and improve your life. We are looking to eradicate you having to go into an office to line up and to take documents to get your pension. This is one of the initiatives that the next PNM government that you will vote in on the 28th of April is going to deliver to our senior citizens. We have also put in place Dial a Ride to those who cannot afford it, to take you to the healthcare centers, to take you for your hospital visits. These are the real caring things that we will deliver. This morning, somebody started a conversation asking, how are we going to look after the most vulnerable, for example, people on disability grants, where we already know that the disability grant is given to those in need of it. But when you have a disability grant and then somebody in the household gets a temporary job and then they go and cancel the disability grant, or you have a food card and somebody have 14 days work, or one of your children trying to better themselves but still living under your roof gets a job and they take away your food card. You will see in this manifesto, this PNM manifesto, that we are reforming that to prevent that from happening, because we recognize how that affects you. And And that is the benefit of a government and a leader who walks the ground through the length and breadth of Trinidad, who listens to colleagues at cabinet, who knows after 9.5 years what are the things that really affect our citizens. It is here in black and white. We will reform the food support and disability grant systems to better protect and empower families. Current systems can penalize beneficiaries for minor income increases or short-term employment, creating a system where you don't want to go and get that job. We are going to eradicate that and make sure you've already heard. We're going to double the number of food cards. We're going to increase the book grants. These are the things that the citizens can afford for you. The PNM government is going to ensure that all of our citizens, when you go for government services, are treated with dignity, because that is what we deserve. Let me give you another story. So tonight, I had an interaction with a young woman. She came to bring something for me. A few minutes later, unknown to me, somehow she got my phone number. This came through at 7:30 as I was preparing to come here. And allow me to read this message to you. Good night, Honorable Prime Minister Stuart Young, SC. I don't mean to bombard you and be intrusive, but this is, and she gives her name, and she says what she just did, how she interacted with me. And then she goes on to say, I would have applied for teaching via the Ministry of Education a while now, since 7 years now. But my documents were lost. I reapplied last year, still no call received. I have my degree in primary education, my teacher's number, etc. I know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I decided to message you. And then she asked me to have a blessed night, be safe, and tells me that she read and ready. I just met this young lady in a half-a-minute interaction, and that is what she sent to my phone because I'm accessible. And it proves the point that I'm standing up here tonight to make from Laventille, that these decisions that we're taking in the next government and we're implementing are decisions that will change everyday lives, and that conversation will be a thing of the past. And we are going to ensure that on your behalf. So our young people with qualifications, whose parents have sacrificed the same way that Sherma did for young Kareem. And Sherma, I applaud you. I applaud Sherma. And let me use that as an opportunity to point out something that disgusts me about those on the other side and their personalized attacks. We stand there proud as a party tonight based on Eric Williams' policy that we have grown, we have nurtured from then to now as PNM, that a young mother like Sherma Wilson could dream the best for her children, dream the best for young Kareem Marcel, guide him into PNM policy, that today we could stand here proud, the first lawyer of Beetham Gardens, and a young man who will be a success. And that is not an unusual story. I looked in the crowd tonight and I saw our mayor's mother, Dr. Allen, who spent a lifetime in the neonatal ward of Port of Spain and in the country, saving babies' lives. She too did the same thing, guided her children, that tonight she has successful children. And you're the youngest? The youngest child now is the mayor of Port of Spain. The People's National Movement lift those types of stories in celebration. But I have had to spend the last 9.5 years because I look a little different, I might speak a little different, but I am a Trinbagonian, and have Kamala Prasad Bissessa and all of the UNC attack my father, attack my brother, attack my loved ones in the most disgusting of manners. And I stand here tonight on a platform asking the sensible people in Trinidad and Tobago who care about Trinidad and Tobago to reject that type of behavior and join the People's National Movement in doing what is right for Trinidad and Tobago. And we have so many of these success stories in the People's National Movement, and you never hear us denigrate those who are related to our political opponents. Those things should not be left unnoticed. You will look at the manifesto. My colleagues now are going to take this manifesto and go out into 41 constituencies, and we're going to speak about it. Let me quickly touch on education, because one lesson we learned in COVID is that our young children now learn better on tablets and from visual. It is no longer only about a classroom with books and a blackboard as we knew it, but they learn on their tablets and their phones. The next PNM government that I will lead from the 29th of April is going to introduce a free on-demand learning platform called EduFlix, where our children now can look on their tablets, look on your phones, and get their lessons in an easy-to-understand format. So when they come home from school, they could get the lessons. And that is going to be free, and it will touch the lives of all our students who want it. That is how you deliver proper policy in a caring manner to affect many lives, because we don't believe in one sector of society getting all of the advantages. Also, we have recognized times have changed. Our children now go through a lot more challenges than we may have done. There's a lot more stress in the world on children. Social media, cyberbullying, all sorts of access to information that we didn't have when we were growing up. So we are going to introduce in our school system psychosocial support and mental health initiatives into the school criteria to enhance the existing systems, to give our children the opportunities to say something isn't right, to be assessed, and for us to assist them. It will not only be for a certain sector of society. These are the types of initiatives you will find in our bold new chapter, because what we're seeking to do is take Trinidad and Tobago forward. We're going to write a new chapter with your help. But the only way we can do this is to do it together. You will see at the start, our intention is to leave no one behind, to look after our senior citizens, our children, our youth, to introduce housing programs. None of this rubbish standing up on a platform and saying you're going to build 500 houses a week. Don't be fooled by that nonsense. You will read this and you will see we're also going to focus on after-school activities for our children. We recognize we need to get our children back into sport, back into after-school assistance with their homework. So that is how we will prioritize the spend of our money. And there are many, many other things. Let me just touch briefly on what we're going to do with our HDC communities, because I have it in mind. I have in Port of Spain North, the Shafford Court, the Harp, the Wilands, the St. Francois Planning, and in every one of our communities, we have these housing developments now that need work. They need maintenance. This PNM government is going to ensure through local content laws in our public procurement that the communities do the work. We're not going to allow people to come in, take over and do the work. I want you to do the work in your own community. I want when I walk the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, that I see people who live in these communities, the young men, the young women, doing the work in the communities to maintain it, to upgrade it, so we could be proud people. We are going to ensure that that happens. We are going to turn up our focus onto maintenance as opposed to building new office buildings. Let us provide the jobs to those who need it to come in and maintain what we've already built. Not in the housing area, infrastructure. We're going to maintain it. These are some of the ideas, some of the plans that we are putting forward. When we ask you on the 28th of April, when you wake up in the morning after you say your prayers, you brush your teeth, you drink your cocoa or your coffee or your tea, and you decide you're going to vote, that you call all your friends, all your family and tell them, hey, we have to go and vote. We are asking you, give us the opportunity to work with you and for you and together with you to write the new chapter. I am standing here tonight once again, giving my personal commitment to do what is right for Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular for those who have no voice, those who serve and get served the most injustice, and to fight for our citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is what we're doing right now. We are fighting against those on the other side who are intent on destroying Trinidad and Tobago. So I ask you tonight, Trinidad and Tobago, think carefully. Don't be fooled, because there are a lot of people who are concerned about radio ads and TV ads and what you're seeing on social media. All of that, and this yellow is the code stupidness, all of that is designed to distract you from doing what is right. But I have faith in Trinidad and Tobago, the same way you have faith in me and a PNM government. I have faith that with God on our side, you will make the right choice on the 28th of April. So yesterday, myself and the Minister of Finance met with a number of representatives of different bodies very quietly. I didn't publish it, but I saw the Nurses Association publish that they met with me. I want to tell the nurses of Trinidad and Tobago here tonight, from Laventille West and from Success Laventille School, where we have produced a lot of nurses from these areas, some of who have gone away. Our nurses, I am giving you the commitment here tonight, having listened very carefully to your association and having done the calculations, there are two things that we are going to address as the next government for our nurses, because I understand the nurses have concerns. Listen carefully tonight. The first is nursing students. Right now, there are three categories of nursing students in Trinidad. Those in the government program under COSTAT, those who are at University of Southern Caribbean, and those who are at UWI. The COSTAT nurses receive a stipend that helps them when they have to do their work on the ward, to be able to travel to work and to be able to finish their studies. The UWI students and the USC students don't receive it. I am telling the nursing students tonight, and I first was told this story when I was traveling on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago, fighting for Trinidad and Tobago, and a young nursing student walked with me to the plane in a foreign country. Nursing students tonight, the next PNM government that I intend on leading from the 29th of April will address this, and the students in UWI and USC will get the same stipend as those in COSTAT. it was also brought to my attention yesterday that the nurses working for the RHAs across the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago have not had their salaries looked at and adjusted since 2013. Will I stand here tonight as the 8th Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and tell our nurses who have given yeoman service, who save lives and who look after us in the hospitals and the healthcare centers, that this morning I gave instructions that that be fixed and that the CPO look at giving our nurses increases from 2013. We heard about it for the first time yesterday. I heard about it, discussed it with the Minister of Finance, and that is what is going to take place with our nurses. Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. Our men and women who serve in the Defense Force, who serve, put their lives on the line to save our lives, to protect us, whether it be in the Coast Guard, it be in the regiment, it be in the Air Guard. I looked at it as the Minister of National Security, Minister Hines, Minister Gonzalez now. They have to retire at young ages. So the first set retire at the age 45, another category at 47, another at 50, and another at 55. That is old law and archaic. Now in today's day, today's world with medical health and keeping fit and wellness, we could get a lot more out of the money we've invested in training our servicemen, but also their service. And God knows we are at a time that we need every boot on the ground fighting that criminal element. So tonight, I tell our men and women in the Defense Force that the next PNM government is going to give consideration to raising the age of retirement for our servicemen and women. Because we recognize now more than ever, you still have good years of service ahead of you. We're going to look at the introduction of conditions that you get medical clearance and whatever else needs to do and be done. But that is how you run a country responsibly and tackle more than one issue in one fell swoop. So ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, tonight I promise sober conversation, serious conversation. And I am asking you to very, very carefully consider between now and the 28th, you have an obligation to vote. You might be voting for yourself. Vote for your children, vote for your grandchildren, vote for your parents. And I stand here tonight, along with 40 of my other colleagues who have put ourselves forward, to you, the population, in Tobago East, Tobago West, Port of Spain North, Port of Spain South, Laventille East, Laventille West, Chaguanas East, Chaguanas West, San Fernando East West, Toco Sandy Grande, Aruca Maloney, or Trin City Maloney as it's now called, all of the Diego Martins, every single constituency, Labre, Point Fortin, Urupuch East, Urupuch West, Carney East, Carney Central, 41 constituencies. You have the opportunity to choose what is right for Trinidad and Tobago. You have the opportunity, and I am asking you, give me the mandate to stand as your bulletproof vest in front of that bag of scoundrels. Give me the mandate to fight for you. Give me the mandate to fight for Trinidad and Tobago. Give me the mandate to make sure this is the PNM government's policy. And on the 28th of April, go out and vote for the People's National Movement. And on the 28th of April, join me and join my colleagues and join everyone at Palancing House as we say, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the PNM family, thank you very much. Let us put our hands together.
This is the time.
And thank
I said this is
our
the
8th
time.
Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young. We're asking those in our listening and viewing public to stick around because we are going to be moving now to our meeting in Diego Martin, where our political leader, Dr. Keith Rowley, has or is about to take the stage. If you would like to view the meeting, you can also join us live on YouTube, on PNM TV.
Join up in the east, yeah. Team up in the west, yeah. We got this.
We got this. I have made on a political platform in a long, long time. And that is vote Hans Devines in Diego Martin West. Vote Simon de Nobrega in Diego Martin Central. Vote Colin Imbert in Diego Martin Northeast. Vote for the PNM. If I say nothing else to you tonight, that is the message that I've brought you. It feels a little funny to be in this environment in Diego Martin, where I spent a major part of my adult life being a candidate and fighting to win. Tonight, I am supporting my colleagues 1,000%. Only here in Diego Martin, I just named 3 candidates. 1, the most experienced Minister of Finance in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. 2, a relatively young man as Minister of Government, but he has served in the cabinet. So while he's going back in Diego Martin Central, he's going back with some significant experience under his belt. And 3, as I move out, after decades of public service, you could not have found a more appropriate young man to represent Diego Martin West than Hans Devines. Qualified, energetic, and eager to serve the people of the community of which he's a part. So tonight in his schoolyard, I want to say to Diego Martin West and the Diego Martin community, we know exactly why our campaign says, be read as you are read, be ready as we have been, and we are responsible for this country. Those 3 candidates symbolize what is the PNM. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather in our numbers here in Diego Martin, would you believe we are the only political entity in this country that could have 4 meetings like this going on at the same time? We are here in Diego Martin. They're up there in Laventille. They're in Southern Moruga. And then Bonaccord and Tobago. PNM, 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 PNM. And you heard from the Minister of Finance, former Minister of Finance, who is now in public utilities. He's been around the government. And he explained to you how we, a PNM government, manage the country's affairs in extremely difficult circumstances. I can tell you, I'm the only person who was in the office of Prime Minister when the quoted price for a barrel of oil was minus $1. Meaning that in the places where the prices were being fixed, they couldn't sell there, giving it away. The quotation was low. I was there. I was the only Prime Minister leading a cabinet in this country that had to face a pandemic because the pandemic before was in 1917. We became a country of our own in 1962. First time as a country we had to face that. And of course, I led the only government that built 5 hospitals in this term in office. And tonight, I'm not going to keep you all very late, but I'm going to touch on a couple of things. Because you see, not being a candidate, not being the prime minister, I had a little bit of time to observe from a distance. As political leader, my party is in the election, and I'm here as political leader, standing shoulder to shoulder with every candidate and every member of the People's National Movement. Because I have that responsibility. And as I made the decision to come out of government, announced that in Tobago in January, first week of January, that I will not be taking you as Prime Minister into the next election, I then triggered a situation which could have gone pear-shaped, could have created confusion, could have become a problem. But because of the responsible nature of the People's National Movement, with days to go before a general election, the transition from one prime minister to another, and for one government remaining in office to be the government on the 29th of April could not have gone smoother because of the responsible action of the People's National Movement. Let any of the others try that, and it's bacchanal, chaos, and couture. That's what you will get. Ladies and gentlemen, don't take that for granted. Don't take it for granted. I saw, I remember when there was a by-election here in Diego Martin Central, and Ken Valley was the candidate for the PNM. One of the reasons why Ken Valley was chosen is because Valley had been a public servant, very well known to the public service. And Diego Martin was the constituency that had probably the most public servants in any one constituency. So this valley is full of public servants, and today in the hills around as well. But let me say something to you all. There are 90,000 people who look to the government for their payroll at the end of the month. As public servants or as others. 90,000 people who at the end of the month, the government has to ensure that the check that they get is backed by something in the bank. We, in the last few years, have gone through the kinds of difficulty that the Minister of Public Utilities spoke about, he having served as Minister of Finance for 9 years. And we were never late in making those payments. And in every year, there were people in this country, if they didn't get a government check supporting them as their pension or as their disability grant, they had nothing else to get. We were never late. We were never absent with that. $5 to $6 billion a year in cash given to people. And I will tell you something. I have watched this election campaign from the sidelines for the first time. And I noticed a character about it. Those who are opposed to us, they are specialists in talking about what you're not getting. Specialists in talking about what they're going to give you. Spreading fear and hatred and absolute horse manure. But ladies and gentlemen, they know that they have nothing else in a campaign. Imagine, I have heard a former prime minister who's leading the other organization, that's in front of the PNM, continue to tell this notorious lie. I heard her in an advertisement tonight, trying to give you the impression that they are the party of education and the party that does something for families and young people, that they built 104 schools. You know something? I'm from Tobago. Hans has a father from Tobago. Ask your father about trying to tell people about belonging to a place that had no school. There was a time in Tobago when the only village that didn't have a school was Buku Point. Every other village had a school. So when you tell somebody in Tobago that they went to Booker Point School, that means fighting words, eh? But now Booker has one of the finest schools in Tobago, but there was a time when there was no school in Booker Point. If the UNC had to build 104 schools during their short stay in office under Kamla Prasad Bisesa, it had to be that we had a lot of this country that had no schools. And but that's a big ad, harassing you every day with that foolishness and that lie. And we asked them, name 10 of the schools that you built of the 104. No answer. You know why? In 2015, this school building program, all they did was what they did for the previous 4 years. They awarded, must say, 100 contracts to contractors, and then they left the stage. When we came into government, we met all these contractors with these contracts. Some of them start some school repair, some start some school building. No budget to back it. When we looked at it, it was over $2.5 billion in contracts that they awarded, and they paid the contractors something called the mobilization, which means your first payment. And usually that's about 10% of the contract. So they would have paid out in that 9 months of 2015, 10% of $2.5 billion, that's $250 million. And the contractors had that. And then they descended upon our government to say, look, I have a contract to build a school or to repair a school, all at the same time. And that is when the pressure that Minister Imber talked about was upon us. So clearly, our priority couldn't be to go and try to build 100 schools or to repair 100 schools when lives are being lost and we have to feed you home and send food for you and make sure you get your pension. So we systematically and responsibly took the school program and carried it on, and we built a number of those schools. We opened some of them, and the program is still going on. Yet that woman is there talking about, we built 104 schools, so when UNC win, everybody wins. When UNC win, everybody lost. Everybody lost. Ladies and gentlemen, I was in the cabinet when Patrick Manning as Prime Minister raised the idea of expanding our young people, our citizens in general, accessing tertiary education, meaning beyond primary, beyond secondary, some other education, because there's a large number of people in the country who wanted to develop and improve themselves, but they didn't have the financial means to do it. And that came GATE. I was there when GATE, as an idea came up, and the cabinet took the decision, and we implemented GATE, where once you could get accepted into an institution to further your education, you had the government backing you. And of course, you know, our people, it didn't take very long for it to be abused. There were people who would go into this gate, this door, that window, and just abusing it. When we came in, we reviewed it. We are committed to it. It is still going on. On this campaign, you see some misguided person embarrassing her school. Because, you know, I'm from Bishops, the real Bishops in Tobago, co-ed school. And then you have three bishops in Trinidad. You see a girl coming and saying, she from Bishop School, and thanking Auntie Cam, because Auntie Cam gives you a laptop. We, in a difficult, responsible situation, ensure that the corruption in laptop that they were carrying on with didn't go on. We have a means test that anybody can participate in. And once the parent does not have the means to provide the laptop, we have provided almost 100,000 laptops to students, and the program continues. And as if that wasn't bad enough, there's another one in one of the advertisements to try to get you to think that they are your savior. One showing he applied to GATE and he was rejected. According to the UNC, in GATE, nobody is to be turned around. All you have to do is apply and the UNC will give you GATE, a GATE support. That sound like sense to you? That's not like anything that you should look at. What you should look at is the people who telling you that because they think you're stupid and you're malleable. They could squeeze you into shape. When you're ductile, they could pull you into strands, and you will believe that since you're not getting it from this government, they will give you. Give you with what? Give you with what? Don't forget the fundamental principle outlined by the Prime Minister of Jamaica, which says, yes, I know we all care, but it takes cash to care. It takes cash to care. Public servants in this Dago Martin and elsewhere, how you think we manage to keep you out there where you were in these difficult situations without you having to worry about it? It is because a competent and knowledgeable PNM government up front took steps to ensure that we increase the revenue of the country. And in the period that we started to negotiate with oil companies without breaking a single contract, we attracted $38 billion more in cash that we would not have had unless we had renegotiated those arrangements. And we didn't do it for this year or last year. We have restructured the LNG business to make sure that as we go forward into the medium and long term, we earn more from the LNG business. We increase our shareholding in the LNG trains. We are now shareholders in trains 2 and train 3, with train 1 shut down because of shortage of gas. If we didn't do this restructuring, we would have been confined to an 11% in train 4, and God alone knows what the future would have held for us when other people as shareholders would have been doing well and we would have been catching hell. That's what the government does. I, as your prime minister, when I was your prime minister early in the game, I said to you here, and you cannot forget, I said to you, we are in difficult times, and there are those who are advising us, and there were those who were saying and writing and analyzing and saying that we were a candidate for an IMF program. And I said to you, as long as we are in the government as PNM, there will be no IMF program in this country. We will make our own medicine, we'll prescribe our own medicine, we'll take our own medicine, and we will make our own decisions. That's what we have done. And tonight, having been your prime minister until the 16th of March 2025, I kept that promise to you. I've kept you out of the IMF. And of course, there are those who are telling us to devalue the currency. We explain to you again, as a responsible government, devaluation does not give you one additional US dollar. Not one. What it does, it takes more Trinidad and Tobago dollars to buy $1 US. And as long as you are having to put more Trinidad and Tobago dollars to buy a US dollar to be able to spend this Forex, then the value of the Trinidad and Tobago dollar is worth less and your costs would have gone up. We have too many schools in this country for that to be a difficult equation for you to understand. It is called devaluation. You as a person don't want to be devalued, you want to be respected. Your dollar. The government of Barbados has taken the position, living largely only on tourism, and in an IMF program, have taken the position we are not devaluing our currency beyond 2 Barbados dollars to $1 US. Go and talk to any Barbadian. Call your friend, ask them, 2 Barbados dollars to $1 US, and we're working from there. Because they know the minute you have to pay more for a US dollar, it becomes a pain and a pressure on the population, especially the vast majority of people who don't have any US dollars to convert. You are a price taker. Those who are importing your clothes, your food, your medicine, they will increase the price to you. But the few who have US dollars overnight, as you strike the devaluation, they get richer because they no longer have to give you a US dollar for 6.8. You will get one for 10 or 12 or 15. What's the problem? And then you have these idiots who cannot talk about what they have done truthfully or what they represent, honestly, I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you that. Anything you want, they will give you. Anything that they will give you because it's election and you want something. What you really want in this country, in this difficult time, people of Trinidad and Tobago, is a responsible government in office. That's what you want. All this nonsense about, I'm going to give you this, they look around and anything they think you want. Okay, tonight, the lady was there again reading something that they give her to read in an advertisement. Food prices. We all know that food prices are important to all of us. We try to encourage you to grow what you eat and eat what you grow. Go to the market and buy, go to the supermarket and discriminate, follow the prices and don't be taken, right? Did you hear from the UNC how they intend to change and bring down food prices? Where are they getting cheaper flour from? Wheat is expensive because the main wheat producing nation in the world is under war. Some of them, they can't even go in the field to plant the wheat. The port from which they export the wheat is under bombs. So supply chain. Do they tell you where they're going to get you for cheaper rice? They're talking about the price of sugar and the price of honor and the price of curry. Have any one of them told you how they will bring that price down on the 29th of April? On the 28th of April, if you go and put God out your thoughts, thinking that they will bring down your food price, you wait until the 29th of April, when they themselves start selling you food, and when you see the price going up, they will tell you, we're in government already. You hear them talking about bringing down, one of the ads is, they're not going to have to pay charges in banks. We all know that banks are trying to make money and they charge you there and so on. You're going to expect that the UNC come into office will tell the banks don't charge interest and don't make bank charges. That is all tomfoolery. But what you have to be careful about is not these nonsense, Regard those for what they are. Some of them, Mr. Humbert just talk about facing 5 people running in Diego Martin Northeast. They just want to be in the news to hear the name called because they know the backs are going to get cut. But, some of them in a bar, they drink a rum, they drink 2 beers before they go to the urinal, they form a party. Some of them, they have friends. I mean, some of them, they're just taking you for fools and telling you the only thing that holds them together is that you against the PNM. You bad-mouthing the PNM. You think the PNM can give you more. Well, let me tell you tonight, of the resources available to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, given the fact that the PNM is concerned about your quality of life, that is why we maintain subsidies on electricity. You don't pay the whole bill. Water, you don't pay the whole bill. Health, that what you pay in health charge can't even buy 1 dose of medicine, so it's free. Education, from ECC all the way to university. The roads you drive on of international standard, you don't pay a cent in toll. Ladies and gentlemen, and of course, many people wait for every 4 weeks to get their government check. Yet, you have these political nitwits and nincompoops stirring you up, making you uncomfortable, encouraging you in hatred even based along racial lines, trying to make you feel that you are under some excessive pressure because of government incompetence or government uncaring. No other country in the Western Hemisphere provides its citizens with all that we provide you with here in Trinidad and Tobago. None. In America, the biggest charge you have as a young person, go make a child in America and have a job. When you hear they send your bill for child care, is 90% of some people's salary. It's not here you go buy tanti and then to help you with the child, You pay through your nose for child care. And don't get sick, because if you don't have health insurance, Capo smoke you and your pipe. I have friends and relatives who live in Canada. Good system. You know how long you have to wait in some situations in Canada for healthcare? In Trinidad and Tobago, we complain. But you think out there it just happens like that? Longer than Trinidad and Tobago. In the United Kingdom, it's even worse. Carl, you know that? Huh? And of course, we here have leading edge technology, MRI, CAT scan. You go in an American hospital and go and order MRI and CAT scan and you will see the bill after. But we have it for free. So these idiots could encourage you to be upset. This country, we have our challenges. Not everything is going right. We are still building a nation here. We still have attitude problems. We still have all kinds of problems. But we have so much going for us. You enjoy this country. It's your country and it's better than most. Better than most. And of course, look at who is trying to encourage you to turn your back on the PNM. We have 41 seats in the parliament, right? Let me pick 10 of them for you right now. Not the PNM, the other side. I was picking some notes here just now. Look who is bombarding you with who you should vote for, right? You heard from Imbert, you heard from Simon, you heard from Hans, and you heard from the PNM during this campaign. Here who telling you who to vote for in this country because we are the worst, the country is the worst, the government is the worst. Steve Ferguson. He spent the last 20-odd years trying to not appear in court to answer questions at home and abroad for public money that was stolen by the hundreds of millions in this country. His colleagues have already been jailed in America. Never appeared to defend himself. That is what something that happened already. Them running campaign right now, throwing money on the ground like Smarties, like Sweetie, hoping that people who normally would vote sensibly will vote because them give you some money. Elections are now about who could throw more money on the ground. Well, the PNM has no money to throw on the ground because we ain't thief no money and we ain't hiding from no court. That is one. The next one is the international scam called Jack Warner. He is walking the roads of this country, escorting candidates and recommending candidates. Have you people in this country lost your cotton-picking mind? A man who is hiding from court, a man who has been convicted, who lost a case for $75 million in a place called something called Center of Excellence, which was stolen from FIFA. He could recommend to you who the candidate should be and who the government should be and who the country, because somebody in an earlier period of madness make him acting prime minister in Trinidad and Tobago. Right, two. Number three, another one called Munilal. He has already appeared before a judge in this country, and the judge in his finding has found that contrary to what they're saying, this is no witch hunt. You put in your defense to the allegations made against you by the state enterprise called EMBD. This is a man who was a minister of government. Still there, coming to tell you, he waited until the lady fall down to pass over she to become the leader, while he has matters in the court. The other one, now in Couva, apparently in Couva North, Chaguanas West, Jolene John, against the less said, the better. The less said, the better. Another one, Arnold Roberts. He is mouthpiece. He is, again, the less said, the better. Except to tell you that under the current UNC leader, he started out in a program for $6 million called Life Sport Today, the police has a document as thick as your chair seat with first-class information of the $400 million that was stolen in that program, calling the name, the rank, the serial number, who did what, where, when, and how. That is in the police hand in front of the DPP. But them so coming into government. Another one called Anand Ram Logan, being described as the brilliant lawyer by the head of the party that wants to be the prime minister. Brilliant lawyer. How many criminal charges he on? Then there's one called David Lee. The DPP is burning the midnight oil, trying to get him before a court to answer. Another one called Rachi Ram. He had a seat. They move him out. He coming in through the Senate. Promised to come through the Senate because he find we don't have enough money in this country. He had to bring some for them fellas, right? But let me talk to you about another one. That is 8 of them I mentioned there. There's one who appeared in the UNC crowd because UNC is a magnet for people who the police looking for. This fella called Bess, who was head of the SSA. And tonight, I want to accuse the UNC, especially Kamla Prasad Bissesa, of being the most dangerous person aspiring to leadership in Trinidad and Tobago's history. I am speaking to you here now as a person who just came out of the office of chairman of the National Security Council. The SSA is the country's premier information gathering entity. I could tell you as a statement of fact that the cabinet had not approved that the SSA be armed with automatic weapons. And in fact, it was only in November of the previous year that the cabinet approved a handful of handguns for SSA officers who a case was made that they may be in information gathering situations and find themselves confronted by armed criminal and may need to respond by carrying a concealed weapon asylum. That is it. It came to my attention as head of the SSA that the SSA was penetrated by people who were outside of the agency, and unbeknownst to the cabinet, that the SSA was engaging in activities that shall remain undisclosed in public at this time. It was such a grievous situation that when the information came to me, not as gossip or old talk, substantial information came to me that the SSA had deteriorated in that way. In 24 hours as Prime Minister and head of the National Security Council, I had to take action. The first action I took was to call Ambassador Philip Spencer in Washington, tell him, pack your bags, don't even speak to your wife, get on the next plane and call me on the land in Trinidad. Inside of 24 hours, Spencer was here. And the next day, I was able to tell the country that we have had to remove the head of the SSA, and Ambassador Spencer is now in that position, and we are dealing with the problem. What was the problem? Spencer is there now, right? A few weeks later, night time, about this same time or a little earlier, Spencer says to me, I'm at my desk. I'm going through the mail here, and a document has appeared here asking Mr. Bess, informing him that his purchase has arrived, and he is now to pay the 50% to complete the purchase because they've already paid 50%. You know what that agency had bought? Unbeknownst to the cabinet, unbeknownst to the population, unbeknownst to the Prime Minister, unbeknownst to anybody who should know. That agency bought 2 military-grade sniper weapons. These weapons have the capacity to hit and kill at 3,000 yards. And they also, it carried a telescope and a silencer, which means that whoever is using that, once they put that telescope on you, they could shoot you 3,000 yards away, and there's no report of a weapon being fired because the weapon has a silencer, not a suppression weapon. 2 of those were bought. Cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Bought by the head of the SSA. To this day, instead of answering the question as to how you come to buy that, without a budget to buy it, without the cabinet approval, and that is now a matter which is attracting the attention of the police. But he could put on a UNC jersey and head for a public meeting to go and tell the country he is here to support Munilal. Understand? And it's them so who looking to be in the parliament. Because there was one called Denny. Remember Denny? Attracted by the same Kamala Prasad Bisesa from the same SSA before, who came on a platform and said, when they're using the race talk, that I told him to fire all Indians in the in the SSA. Turns out to be a lie. And when the media eventually spoke to him, telling the media she promised to make him a senator. Remember that story? But he was only old talk. In Best and the SSA case, there were 2 weapons purchased in that way. I had to tell the head of the SSA that night, call the commissioner of police, inform her of what is in front of you. Where is the weapon now? We don't know. Has it come through the custom yet? We don't know. I said, well, nobody is going to bed tonight until that question is answered, because those 2 weapons plays a threat to everybody in Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, since money was owed on it, I asked, who gave a permit for that? Is there a permit for it? Yes, a permit to a dealer for resale. That means the dealer is free to sell it to anybody who willing to pay for it. So I said, nobody goes to bed tonight until Commissioner of Police find the money, go and pay the outstanding half, and take possession of it. That's what happened. But he now on political platform come to support Munilal. And as if that wasn't bad enough, another one called John Jeremy. He was a dog in the PNM before. And you all can't call him that. I could call him that. That is the man who generated on national television here one night a document that says that the wife of a high-ranking PNM minister has been found to have $40 million in a bank in Cayman. I go home from Parliament, meet my wife and my daughter in tears, because when they put that on the TV, they pretended to block out the name of the person, but my wife's name was visible. That is John Jeremy. John Jeremy. I don't have to tell you how many volumes of documents exist in this country from the UNC attacking John Jeremy and saying that he's unfit for office. I too came to that conclusion. And that is why, as I select PNM people going forward under my leadership, he had to be where he was. And that is the person who the UNC would collect and put on a platform to tell the country that things so bad here that the only salvation for this country is to vote for the UNC. Ladies and gentlemen, you all have until the 28th of April to enjoy these things. But on the 28th of April, don't put God out your thoughts and put these people in charge of the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. You ask yourself, what would have drawn John Jeremy to a UNC platform knowing? And if there's anybody in this country who knows about the dangerous corruption of the UNC's John Jeremy, because as Attorney General, He was required to, and he did in fact engage them on the matter of corruption. So in other words, all of that now is worth nothing. Let us dismiss all of that has never happened. And he is now to tell you who to vote for and telling you yellow is the code. Something is radically wrong with our population if you can be allowing yourself to even think of giving these people control of this nation. 10 years ago, Gary Griffith was telling you, Kamla Prasad Bisesa doesn't go to work. When I became Prime Minister on the 9th of September, I went into the Prime Minister's office on the 10th of September. On the desk of the Prime Minister's office, a Prime Minister, was a truckload of files from 2013, 2014, and 2015 until I got there. I said, but I am required to sign these things as approving them when I wasn't even here. They say, yes, Prime Minister, because if a Prime Minister doesn't sign, the people can't get paid. All these people who acted can't get paid, and all of this would not have been authorized because no Prime Minister has signed it. I can tell you now, without fear of contradiction, when I left office at midnight on March 16, 2025, there was not a single file left there unattended. Not one. And I'll tell you worse than that. As I inquired into that situation, I was told by elements of the Prime Minister's office that the Prime Minister allowed people who had no right in the Prime Minister's office to be handling those files, and in some instances were actually signing for the Prime Minister. That is what they're coming to ask you to put them back. Put them back into office. Well, tonight I'm not going to hold you here much longer, but to ask you, when did you exonerate that group from the actions that they've taken against you the last time they had the opportunity? When? She told Jack Warner when he eventually was put out of the UNC, go and clear your name. Where did they clear Jack Warner's name? When was his name cleared? So that now he could recommend candidates to you. For me, I don't. I'm a pensioner now. I'm not asking you to do anything for me. I'm asking you to do it for yourself. I'm asking you to protect your country from this band of bandits. You know what their biggest interest in this is? They form something called coalition of interests. Yes, when all of them, I just gave you a little 10. You know 10 out of 40 is almost, 10 out of 40 what is almost 25%? So a group that wants to run this country, 25% are known as crooks. Known crooks. Some of them are criminals. What the hell is wrong with you all? 25% of that group has issues with the police. When you see John Jeremy, ask him if the matter with respect to Ishgal Branson getting back his money in the Miami case matter where they paid back money that the thief in Piaco Airport that the police investigating, if he knows anything about it and if he got a lawyer yet. You understand why he with the UNC? Because you have to be of interest to the police. This is not a joke, you know. This is a hell of a serious matter. A set of people who are of interest to the police telling you that they're in front in the election. Well, if they happen to be in front, then you will be way in the back, you know. Because when they finish with you, you wouldn't make out your own behind. But for the children's sake, all of you citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, you are to be held personally responsible for what happens to this country from April 29th. Every one of you as adults. And you wouldn't be the first country to have had the opportunity to look after yourself, but gave it up to others who offered you more. They say the grass is always greener on the other side. And until you realize you're wearing green shades. All you, Diego Martin, I have every confidence that the people of Diego Martin West would have chosen a young man in whom we are all proud. And you must come out and vote, because to not vote is to say, I don't care. And if you don't care, then you are irresponsible. You have children, you have grandchildren, and we all have a country to protect. That is why we need responsible people to give you responsible government. In Diego Martin Central, you have tried and tested Simon. He has been a member of cabinet in the office of the Prime Minister. He is now at peak in the prime of his life. You don't have to look for no candidate. You know what the Balize is. Put your ex next to the Balize, next to Simon. And in Diego Martin Northeast, you know the capacity for hard work that Colin Mimbert has put out. He was in the center of the fire as Minister of Finance. As you know, in England, whenever the government gets into trouble, the first minister to lose his job is the finance secretary. Yeah, first man. Governments do that all the time. I stayed with Colin Mimbert because our assignment wasn't about who will act longer or who will act first. It is who can give the people the best result in the most difficult of situations. As Prime Minister of recent vintage, I can sleep well at nights about my country, knowing that I have left in office or that my party has selected people whom, if selected by the population, we have no problem, no trouble at all. You have the PNM. My biggest fear is that you would gamble and lose. Because when the UNC wins, everybody loses. This is not a matter to gamble about. This is not a matter to be irresponsible about. We cannot have everything we need. And even if we are going to eventually get everything we need, we're not going to get it at the same time. It's a progression. We've moved our budget, our earnings, from 36 billion in 2017, acting night and day and responsibly, and we rebuilt our economy. How many of you remember when this whole country was closed down? Nobody going to work, nobody going to school. You can't go by your neighbor. And then after that, when we reopened it, the economy was there to receive you in your job because the government kept supporting the business sector, small business, large business. We borrowed the money, we paid the VAT that is owing, we sent food home in houses where there was no food. That is what a government does. And over time, we rebuilt the economy. And my proudest moment to tell you here tonight, I ran this country as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Every single day from the opposition is support nothing. They're in your ears every day like you're living in jail, you're living in hell. Yes, we have a crime problem, but we're fighting it on a 24-hour basis. And it's so bad, according to them, that I've walked out of that office voluntarily, 9.5 years, and never faced a vote of confidence once in the parliament from the opposition. And let that be my epitaph. Ladies and gentlemen, this country has been good to all of us. You are now required to be good to the young people and the children who haven't got their share yet. Don't gamble. Don't waste it. Vote PNM. Go to the polling station across the nation and support the PNM candidate wherever you are. Vote PNM, vote PNM, vote PNM. And at the night of the 28th of April 2025, when the PNM would once again have been selected as the government of Trinidad and Tobago, providing responsible government, we will say, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we in Trinidad and Tobago shall prevail.
girls. Yes, I can hear them saying, boy, stop living in the past. Where can I find that energy, the raw magic that comes down from the grassroots? Yes, I'm from a place where soca there is resounding power. You could feel it anytime, any hour, sunshine or shower. You will feel it anywhere you look, and it real like a storybook. I come from when Bong used to carry it, no, where used to carry it, when it Bong used to carry it,
Thank you, Dr. Ollie, for that, as always, enlightening and rousing special message. Let's give another huge round of applause for our political leader, former Prime Minister, and your former MP for Diego Martin West. Tonight, we felt the energy of the People's National Movement, so I'm going to do a roll call one more time. Diego Martin Northeast, are you ready? Diego Martin Central, are you ready? Diego Martin West, are you responsible? We thank you, Diego Martin, for coming out in your numbers tonight. And for those who are online, we thank you for joining us wherever you are. As we come to a close, let's remember that each one of us has a role to play in the next 12 days. Talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors, talk to your family. Remind them of what is at stake on April 28th for our country. Remind them of the hospitals opened, the schools built, the jobs created, the COVID pandemic, the lives improved under the PNM, and so much more. Remind them that we cannot afford to turn back now. The PNM has always put country first, and we will continue to do so. And to close this evening on a high note, we have a special treat for you. Please welcome a stalwart in the music industry and a constant support of the People's National Movement. Put your hands together for Peter C. Lewis.
Hey, 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 hey. PNM people, are you feeling? Oh, na 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 na. Hey, 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 hey,
on a strong foundation.
Calling on the red army. Yeah. We're there.
Oh, na na na. Writing this together.
Calling on the red army.
Listen,
Trinidad and Tobago.
let's make history.
We ready now. Calling the red army. Calling out all of we friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountaintop to the valley low. Everywhere we go, country before party. We working, we building, we gonna make things better. Side by side, we standing for our nation's future. This is the movement, we all in together. Not just the one, my sister, my brother. Policy in your hand, PNM is the plan. Red and ready, hold it steady, hey. Listen, one God flowing so we win. Hold, run again. Hey, every creed and every race. Together, no time to waste. From Prediction to Boko Reef. The balance is what we need. Tell them this and say it plain. The PNM we need again. Hey, we taking it to the street. Wherever we meet, we talking to everyone all over the country. The message is loud and clear. We want you to volunteer, spreading the word. Listen, sun or rain, we remain. We gonna make things better. Side by side. Hey, all you voted for Simon? All you Simon people, tell them we standing, all ties intertwined. Working together, hey. Together, your future and mine. Red and ready, hold it steady. Hey, cause we one blood flowing through we vein. Red and me on the road again. Every creed and every race. Together, no time to waste. From Projection to Boko Reef. The balance is what we need. Tell them this and say it plain. Hold on. Hello. I want to see these people here. All this is the Simon people. Simon people. Who are you voting for? I hear. Say it again, louder. Where the people who voted for come? They say come with choice. Come with choice.
We call people and them. Where them is? Where them is? Where the people who voted for hands? Hey, we all in together, not just someone. My sister, my brother. Policy in your hand. PNM is the plan. Red and ready, hold it steady. Hey, we are one blood flowing through the vein. Red Army on the road again. Every creed and every race. Together, no time to waste. From Frederick Street to Buckle Reef. The policy is what we need. Tell them this I say it plain. Simon no breaker again. Oh na na, oh na na na. Easy. Oui. All ready to go home now. All ready to go home now. All ready to go home now. Well, just because I only I go do one for all again. Let me go. 1999999. Hey, hey. Big old Martin people. Hey, in birth we choice. Hey, where the people are never voted for hands. Hands like a squad going home already. When you come down in the front, come down in the front. Hey, listen. We come a long way together as a nation. Hey, stand side by side. But still a long way to go. We gonna get there. Stand aside. No wave! I see the faces, the races, the spaces, the places where we all come from. Oh, yo, I see the Indians, the Africans, the Chinese, hey, united all as one. We gonna get Simon, the no breaker, we voted.
Okay. See you in the next show. Welcome. Yeah. Next show. So there you have it. There you have it. Where these people is coming from? And as you can see, is yeah, so we brought you the Laventil West meeting, and we brought you the political leader speech, and tomorrow we will bring we will show you the Tobago meeting tomorrow. Right, so let me go now. So more meetings tomorrow, more meetings on Friday, and more meetings on Saturday. The message has to go out. Remember, if you tell a friend how the message gets out there, and people will know and be informed and make wise decisions to vote for the PNM. Yeah, there's a meeting in Murugan on Saturday. Well, it's going to be Easter season, and trust me, there's no rest. I don't know, just all of a sudden, soon all of a sudden. And the audio is sketchy. I don't know. Right. So the meeting so you have and remember, yeah, yeah. I don't know what is happening with the internet. All I really don't know what happening with the internet tonight. It's frustrating. So as far as we get but I will be out and about before. Nothing else. Nothing else. I don't know. There's always something with these internet companies. 1 minute, fine service. Next minute, problems. I don't want problems. Oh Lord, yes. Everybody up on social media and right. No, I received let me get into the meat of this. Yeah, freeze a little bit just in-laws. Bam, bam, bam. All right. Boy, you wouldn't like to know. You really wouldn't like to know. You really like to know. I don't want to lose the man thing. Right. So I received a document here. Just want to make sure that boy. Just give me right. So I would have received a little phone call. I don't wanna okay. Yes. So I would have received a phone call today, as well as some documents in which I'm going to deal with. I was supposed to deal with tonight, but because we have all these instances, I think about. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I received a document from a Venezuelan refugee person who is here in Trinidad, and what I'm gonna do? Wait, hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? The feel right? Oh gosh, take it light. Wait, wait, watch how technology gonna take place. Watch technology, eh? All right, so let me just flip me camera here. Next. Come over here. Nice. So Ah, boy. Switch studio. And we go to. So let me go. So I would have received a documentation from Venezuelan national who is an engineer. Yeah, who's an engineer and is currently working with a particular company in St. James. The company it is in does not pay sick leave, does not pay certain thing, and has broken a number of industrial laws in the country. Now, this man has an engineering background in oil production and all different things. And I really wanted to have him on today, but I'm going to put him on tomorrow. So what I'm going to do tomorrow is tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to try to get in contact with him and we're going to start. I'm going to try to do a live tomorrow with him before I go to the political meeting to bring it to you all live on the ground. I want to put all these employers on notice. Not because somebody is from outside country and they legitimately have rights to be here, that you don't want to pay them proper wages. You're sending them home after they work with you for 2 years without any severance or gratuity. You give them the flat salary and send them on the way. You're not paying NIS. When they get damage on the work, you're not even paying workmen compensation for them. They have no sick leave. No nothing. It's as though they're working because they're just looking to make an honest dollar, to mind the family. But you, the employer, you're exploiting these people. And this is one Venezuelan who have stood up against the employer because they qualified and they have legitimate rights to be here. They're making sure the papers in order and everything. So I'll produce everything. I'll produce every single thing tomorrow because I want people to take it in. And it's not just Venezuelans doing this thing too. But even here in local Trinidad, as what we saw when we went on with this whole thing with the divers, who up to now, the company that they work for has not even paid compensation to the families. But the lawyers and them going after who are the big deeper pocket, which is the government. But the company that they work for, these 4 men who worked and died, The family never get nothing from the company. At least the Prime Minister had the compassion to assist in a goodwill. You notice they can't talk about it on a platform? We have laws in Trinidad and Tobago, labor laws, that must be followed. And if people come in to work with you, pay the people workmen compensation, pay insurance for your workers, NIS and all these different things paid now. Don't let people come and work for people and they're not paying these things. I don't care who he is. Because if a worker who is a Trinidadian come and tell me any employer, regardless whether it's a contractor, whether it's wherever it may be, they come and they say that you're not paying the NIS, like what was going on under the UNC with CPEP. The plenty contractors wasn't paying the NIS. We have a duty and a responsibility to expose it and bring some form of closure and let these people get some form of compensation. Let the chips fall where they may in terms of prosecution, in terms of criminal in the court. But it is unacceptable to have people working for you. You're not paying no workman compensation, you're not paying nothing at all. You just tell the people, you didn't give them no time off, nothing. You're treating them worse than well, let me tell you something. Some people treat the animal better than humans. But you're treating them as a slave. We must never condone these type of actions in our country. From no employer and any employer. Can't get their act together. Then we will have to expose them. We can't allow it. No, I'm not endorsing it. And you heard what the Prime Minister would have said about John Jeremy. And I tell you, when I could see a lawyer was Attorney General one day and jump off and defending the same people that they're writing laws and legislation against the next day, I have a serious problem with that. But I wouldn't hear certain people in the law association talking about that. And if John Jeremy, as it is alleged, because I don't know, I didn't see the documents, I don't have the information, all the information on it. But if what John Jeremy, it is alleged that what he was indulging and involving, going and still liming and affiliating and associating with the said people that was pulling up in name and all them different things. No integrity. No integrity. So it's 11 o'clock in the night. It's 11 o'clock in the night. And we're going to go out early tonight. Tomorrow, we'll be out and about on the ground and to bring you live coverage of wherever meeting, wherever part of Trinidad and Tobago is. I'll try to bring you one of those meetings live on the ground. And also, so I'm going to make some calls, well, in the early morning and see what's happening. So, Master Control, could you take it away from here? See you all tomorrow. Have a blessed night. Enjoy your rest of your night. And remember, don't let nobody stop you from achieving what you have to achieve in life. Director, take me out, please. All right, Director must be out.
Ready, show me who ready, show me who ready. This is the time, this is the place. The future is here, no time to waste. We build on the strength of those who trod this road before. Coming again. Cause I feel the light shining so bright in me heart and we soul. Red, black and white, together we strong. Come sun, come rain, cause it's blood in we veins. We all are the same. You don't know we ready already. Things not set already. Tell them we all in. Don't know we ready already. The things not set already. Tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. We under the same sky, feeling the same things. The movement is forward, we all want the same thing. Together we aspire, so we must achieve. Call the Red Army, the whole of TNT. So show them we ready. The thing done set already. Tell them we all in. Don't know we ready. The thing done set already. Tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Fire in the soul, a nation so strong. To the heart of the people, the victory is won. We fight for tomorrow, we fight for today. Stand strong together, blow the evil away. If we are one, the victory is sure. Keep fight and rule, we don't want that no more. Clean heart, clean hands, it's love to the core. And if love is the word, how about that we show? You don't know, so tell them you're ready. The thing is set already. Tell them we all in. Don't know we ready already. The thing that's set already. Tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we ready. Thing that's set already. Tell them we all in. No.
Be all in for TNT on April 4th.
Every grid and every rain.